Welcome home to USA Global TV and Radio, a place where dreams take flight, with authentic storytelling, diverse perspectives and meaningful conversations, where global stories unite and bridges are built beyond all borders. Discover world-class education, entertainment, hope and inspiration. Together, we're building bridges worldwide. Subscribe to our channel, USA Global TV. Download our app, USA Global TV. Be our guest or join our team. Visit usaglobaltv.com. Thanks to our founder and executive producer, Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. Music score by Yeffy Tang from Cloud Road Music. Voiceover artist Mike Porter. Creative direction by Paul Garcia. USA Global TV and Radio. Your home for global connection. All rights reserved. This video and its contents are the exclusive property of USA Global TV and Radio. Unauthorized use, duplication or redistribution in any form is strictly prohibited.
Hello and welcome to our 4th anniversary show here at USA Global TV and Radio. I'm Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck and I'm coming to you live during the middle of a snowstorm, a blizzard. So I want to get the show started. We will be streaming live for a number of hours, probably 4.5, where I will be joined by my team members from various places across the world. So not only am I hosting the show, I'm also producing it. So let me start at the beginning. Today's show, tonight's show, wherever it is that you are, marks 4 years of USA Global TV and Radio, 4 years of consistency and growth and building something that did not exist before, something that is rooted in listening, meaningful conversation, and global connection. But before we celebrate, I want to give you a little bit of background about what I'm doing and where I am today. When I first started thinking about how I was going to open the show up, circumstances were very different than they are right now. So this very journey that I've been on, that my team and I've been on, this network has been built on going with the flow, so to speak. Last night, my apartment was flooded for the 2nd year in a row. Almost to the exact day. Not because of anything that I did this year. It was because there's a frozen pipe upstairs in an empty unit and it just burst. And so chaos, it resulted. The year before, it was someone's fault. They were no longer here. They were upstairs in another unit and thought that it was fun to hang clothes from sprinklers. So I cannot use my studio. There are literally 25 or so industrial fans that are running right now. My entire home has been completely displaced, and the space that I normally rely on to broadcast is simply not available. Outside, there's a major snowstorm that is shutting things down, and I was told last night by the wonderful people who came to assist me, the Cherry Hill Police Department, the Cherry Hill Fire Department, maintenance, and the recon people who came to get rid of the water and then put these fans down and do what they could, rip up all the carpeting. But today, no one can come to help. So there is no perfect setup. There's no ideal timing. Yet here I am. I have no heat, but I am coming to you as any good business owner, anyone who is committed to what it is that they're doing. So this network was never built in perfect conditions, and life isn't built in perfect conditions. For those of you who may not know how USA Global TV and Radio actually began, let me give you a very short snippet. It started as a single radio show on a channel out of New York that no longer exists. And at the time, the show was called Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn. And it was a place for people to come and share their story. And my show was called Stories of Hope, Inspiration, and Overcoming Adversity, like today, yay. And so what happened was the show was totally booked for a year. And in the meantime, I was invited to do a show somewhere else in a studio in New Jersey. And so I did that for a while. And then the pandemic hit. Right before the pandemic hit in March of 2020, I decided to retire from my corporate career selling meetings and events and loyalty programs. And so my mother became unwell. And so I became her full-time caregiver. And so I left my home and I moved in with her. And so we were in a lockdown together, which was an incredible experience. And in the meantime, I was still doing the radio show, and I still was doing the other TV show virtually. And so there came a time when I had to make a decision because I couldn't travel anymore to go to the television station. And so I decided to go out on my own. I didn't know what that looked like. I didn't know anything, zero, about being on television. I didn't know anything about podcasting, TV shows, live streaming, being a broadcast engineer, social media marketing, press releases. I didn't know a single thing about this 4 years ago. And today I do. And I think it's just timely. It's just so interesting that on the eve of this important show, as a business owner, as a community member, as a leader, that my apartment should get flooded and that I should have to rethink everything that I'm doing for today. So I want you to think about this, whatever it is that you're doing in your life. Whatever your journey is, it's not going to be pretty all the time. It's not going to be pleasant. You just have to do whatever it takes because your brand counts on you. Your stakeholders count on you. Your team members count on you. Your clients count on you. Your customers count on you. And it's up to you to deliver. So what could have been a disaster today, I decided to look at it from a different perspective. And the perspective was, I get to do this show today. I get to be in this flooded apartment with no heat, with a snowstorm, not sure how long the power is going to last, but it's a creative outlet for me. And so what became one television show that was produced by me became 10 television shows. And I was doing all of them myself, standing as I am now. I always stand when I broadcast because I really, truly believe I am standing for people who are unable to do so for themselves. And what a gift and a pleasure that is. So it started as a hobby. It was rapping with Dr. Jacalyn, The Drive, live at 5. And basically it was for people like myself from the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation who are living with something and feel like their voice has been silenced, or that people just aren't interested in what you have to say because people want to provide solutions. So then I had people coming to me and saying, well, can I host a TV show with you? Sure, why not? Then the following year, I had people saying to me, how much would it be to have a TV show with you? And then how much would it be to have a TV show that I host myself? And so there was no master plan. There was no roadmap. There was a decision to just keep showing up and to keep listening and keep building, all the while taking care of my mother. And I don't say that looking for compassion or sympathy. I'm just saying to you, whatever it is that you have going on in your life that you think is preventing you from moving forward, maybe reframe it and look at it as an opportunity. Because even when life is unpredictable, when it's uncomfortable, and sometimes it's overwhelming, this is your moment. This is your opportunity. This is your USA Global TV and Radio. So today's show is not just about the anniversary of a network. It's really a reflection of what happens when you allow something to evolve organically. You know, I'm currently in the Wharton Chief Strategy Officer program, and a question that was asked of all of us attending, there's about 35 people in the cohort, was, do you have a business plan? And if so, how far out does your plan go? So one person said 10 years, and the facilitator had a comment about that. And so we went around, and when it came to my turn, I said about 6 months, because in the television industry, we've seen major changes from what used to be the network and used to be cable, and cable's still around, to live streaming, to fast channels, to short clips, to social media. And so my plan is 6 months in advance in terms of the strategy, because strategy is always evolving. So if you're not on top of it, if you're complacent, if you are putting everything before your business, it could be a wake-up call. So for me, I am not just living in the business. I am over the business like a great eagle flying over top of it, looking to see what is the industry doing, what is coming for us with artificial intelligence. And by the way, I was just told in one of our sessions at Wharton about quantum physics, that a CEO mentioned this at Davos about quantum physics versus artificial intelligence. So there's all kinds of things on the forefront that we as business owners need to be understanding. So just sitting and doing and being in the business is not enough, in my opinion. If you want to build something that is a legacy, you have to be researching. You have to be having conversations with people who are in the know. And so how do we do that? We make ourselves available. I truly believe by helping other people. You help someone else and someone's going to help you. And so by giving freely, giving from the heart, being compassionate, this is what makes us different. This is what USA Global TV and Radio is about. So it's not just about me. What started was me, one person who had a dream. And the dream really was, it was about giving people like myself from the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation a place to share their stories, a place where they would feel safe, a place instead of people saying, oh, you have ulcerative colitis, why don't you take Pepto-Bismol? Really? Do some research. It came from that to where we are today. Where we are today is global voices in over 60 countries. Now, you notice in the upper part of my slide that I have the number 4. That's because this is our 4-year anniversary. So you will see each and every person who joins today will have a number. Now, if they're brand new with the network, there won't be any number because we're not giving anyone a 0, right? But 1, 2, 3, or 4. And the people who have been here since the very beginning, obviously will have a 4. And so they could tell you their own journey, their own story of how and why they came here and how and why they stay. So to me, it's about building a legacy of education. And so I have built this business and continue to build it so that it can be sustainable without me. And that's something else that I want to share, that when you are your business, who's going to take over for you? Who's going to carry on the brand? Now, if you're an A-list celebrity, I'm sure there are people who can do so. But if you're just a regular Joe like me, that's not really possible. So building our business so it's sustainable, so there's value without us, to me, has always been on the forefront of what I've been doing. So I couldn't be here today if it weren't for all the people along the way who have believed in me and believed in the mission. And the mission is that we provide world-class education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. What started as a hobby is now a global business. It is a business that is comprised of community and family. And so when people are interested in coming here, they'll say to me, well, what is my return on investment? And I'll say to them, well, your return on investment is up to you. Because if you are here for the almighty dollar, I don't know what I can promise you. But if you're here because you're a heart-centric giving person, because you believe that you can actually find inner peace and be part of the answer to world peace, then you are in the right place. This platform is built on people who have a shared mindset, who believe that there are more important things in life than the almighty dollar. Is the dollar important? Yes, it absolutely is. You know, recently I was sharing a story with a group of people about the fact that I know of people who are living in countries that would be considered third world, but actually living there, they feel that it's fourth or fifth world. And so something happened in one of these locations and people died. And so I brought this up, and the answer that I received was, do you think the CEO of that company really cares? Do you think the stockholders in that company really care? And of course, I knew what the answer was that they were looking for, right? The answer is no, they don't care. But to me, and I said this, I'm a peace ambassador, that's a hard pill to swallow, that we as humans no longer care about other humans, that we care about how the stock price is doing. instead of how the individuals are doing, instead of the individuals who lost their lives through no fault of their own. But I'm not here preaching politics. I'm just here talking about the fact that this is what we stand for at USA Global TV and Radio. We stand for compassion, empathy, and grace. It's about 3 questions that I ask you to think about before you speak, before you post on social media, before you text someone. Is it kind? Is it necessary? And is it true? Sometimes when I broadcast and my team members broadcast, I see that people will put these comments in. We don't have any today, but they'll put these little comments in that are really nasty and downright mean. And I don't know the people, but it sparks something in me, which is, what is it inside of us that drives us to put other people down, that drives us to have passive aggressive behavior, to just cut someone at the knees? I don't advocate for that. As a peace ambassador, as the leader of USA Global TV and Radio, my role and my mission is to help each and every one of you find inner peace. So, what are we doing here today? Today on our show, we are actually going to be hearing from a number of our team members, almost all of our team members, who wanted to be here today to be featured in the spotlight. And so that's not from an ego place. I invite them and say, you know what, please come and tell us what it is that you're doing, what you're offering, who you can help. Because as TV show hosts, typically our focus is on our guest. And so by inviting my team to come here today and talk about what they're doing, I hope that you will find value in it and that you will find a credible, respectable, responsible, professional group of individuals who can help you. Now, our platform is built on one primary foundation, to which those 3 questions that I just mentioned to you, is it kind, is it necessary, is it true? They all are part of the foundation of elevated listening. Elevated listening is something that I have trademarked, which basically means, are you listening and following these 4 rules of elevated listening? 1, listening without interruption. No. 2, listening without problem solving. I know what you need. I have the answer for you. No, you don't. 3, listening without stage hogging. I just went on a beautiful trip to London, and you know what? I went on a trip to London, blah, 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 and I never get to finish my story about London. And the 4th, listening without judgment. Now, this one is a tricky one because we've all done it. We all do it. I've done it. I do it. But I teach people how to be aware of it so we can do it less frequently. And so when it is being done, that we can watch our own behavior. How are we showing up? These are little comments that people would make, and I'll give you some examples. You know what? You look really good for your age. Once you put that for your age on there, judgment. Instead of just saying, you know what, you look great. Here's another one. Last time I saw you, you didn't look so good. You look better today. No one needs the first part of that. Passive aggressive comments that are dwelling on the past. Comments like, I told you so. I knew you'd never amount to anything. These are the kinds of things that people say that are filled with judgment. So here at USA Global TV and Radio, we believe in the power of elevated listening. We do not use any scripts. I am not reading from anything right now. I'm speaking to you extemporaneously from my heart, as do my team members. They will speak with their guests, introduce their guests, and then they will actively listen. They're not thinking about what's the next question because there is no script. They will follow along with where the guest takes them. And so I invite you today, as you are watching this program, whatever it is that you're going through, hopefully you're not like me in a flooded apartment with no heat in the middle of a snowstorm. Hopefully you are safe and comfy and warm. And I want to start the show by thanking you for 4 years of loyalty. Now, if you're not familiar, I want to quickly bring up our 2 YouTube channels. And as I mentioned, I am producing the show as well. So here is our first YouTube channel. It's USA Global TV and Radio. We have earned this Silver Creator Award for over 100,000 subscribers to this channel. We would love to have you join us. It would mean the world to me and to our team, because this way we get realistic numbers about who's watching and where they're watching from. The second YouTube channel is Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. This one we started 2 years later than the first one. So either channel, both channels, we would love to have you watch us on here, because then we actually know that you're watching, whereas Facebook takes the videos down. Instagram, they're just there while we're doing our show. And so the other places that we stream, we work through distributors. We don't actually get the numbers that we get from YouTube. So please do consider going ahead and subscribing. So we're going to get our show started, and our first guest has actually just arrived backstage, which I love that. Thank you so much. And she is someone that I actually got to meet in person, which means so much to me. I can't even tell you. When I actually get to go and meet someone and shake their hand or give them a hug, it is priceless. So her name is Ann Mejia. She is the host of the Holistic Alternative show here on USA Global TV and Radio. And she is basically spotlighting real world approaches to health and healing and alternative solutions. So she is on a mission herself. She has been in the media, in the spotlight for her own journey. She is doing some things that are cutting edge that I'm not going to get into because that's her story. But I want to welcome Ann Mejia to the program. Ann, come on out.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you today?
It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you. And I'm so sorry to hear everything that's been going on. I hope the rest of your day is a peaceful one.
Thank you very much. Well, as they say, the show must go on, Ann. So you have the spotlight. So please take your 15 minutes and tell our audience all about you, what you're doing, and the value that you can bring to them.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me today. As Jacalyn graciously mentioned, my name is Ann Mejia. I am the CEO and founder of Holistic Hemp Solutions. We're a holistic healthcare company, and we provide different products that are now internationally patent pending for a variety of health conditions. I'm an inventor and thought that, as someone that worked in the traditional allopathic model, that we could do things better and more profoundly and naturally for patients. The last thing you want to give patients when they're already sick is more stuff to process out that is chemically toxic to their body or doesn't work naturally with their own immune support. So it's been an honor and privilege to start working with Jacalyn as well. I am the host of the Holistic Alternative. We have a variety of different people that come on our show, from other inventors, business owners, different celebrities that have come on and shared their stories. We really want to host individuals that have made their way in life in an alternative way or manner. So that's a little bit about me. And, we're doing some beautiful new things and adding on to our business. Jacalyn was kind of leading into, we're starting a cellular program where we're looking to help patients at the root cause of their illness. Unfortunately, the allopathic model, it's a care sick model. They do not make money on curing people. I come from a psychology background with a concentration in cognitive neuroscience and research. So everything we put together has profound research backing. And again, we try our best to assist patients as naturally as possible with not only our products, but our methodologies and assistance with any type of disease. So I hope that's a little bit about me, Jacalyn. Do you have any other questions or thoughts that you wanted me to add, I would love to pick your brain for a moment.
Hi, Julie. Thanks so much for sharing all of that. So for many people, when they think about cannabis, for example, they may think specifically as a recreational vehicle or tool. And so you've had your research, you've got a number of things going on with your business to really help people who are actually in dire need of some type of pain relief, of something to help them manage what they're going through. Can you talk a little bit more about that, especially for people out there who are going through something like this?
Absolutely. So Jacalyn brings up an excellent point. A lot of people look at cannabis or THC products as, recreational. First and foremost, there's a big differential between cannabis and hemp products. Hemp products tend to be non-psychoactive, while cannabis products do have THC, which can create psychoactivity for the patient. They are both very therapeutic in a number of facets. I've known a number of patients that use traditional cannabis products for chronic pain, like myself. I got injured working in the allopathic model, working with patients, and developed a rare pain disorder known as reflex sympathetic dystrophy. And sadly, the only methodology that the traditional model has for this type of neuropathic pain disorder is opiates, nerve pain medications. And then when those did not work well for my body and my chronic pain disorder, and I had no quality of life on those products, they tried to put me on ketamine from the compounding pharmacy. And I tried the oral ketamine tropes, and unfortunately, those did not give me any type of relief as well. I felt really weird on them. And then the next step was they were going to put me on ketamine infusion treatments, which was like going to chemotherapy 5 days a week, a couple hours at a time, and then you would have to do maintenance doses. So for me, that was not my path. I chose to look for alternative resolutions and found that cannabis and hemp products greatly reduced pain and inflammation from my chronic health condition. And there's a number of different varieties people use these products for. Our hemp products, our tincture is actually patent pending for pain, inflammation, seizure control. So we have pediatric patients taking our product for seizures. It's safe for pets. We use no harsh solvents, and our products are actually cold processed. So you are maintaining all the rare minor cannabinoids, the acids, the terpenes from the raw organic material that we're working with. So it is extremely effective for a number of different disorders. Our topical is patent pending for pain, inflammation, skin conditions like psoriasis and eczema, and then wound care. Nobody thinks about putting petroleum-based products on a wound. You're literally putting parts per million of gasoline on your body. And people wonder why after surgery they get post-operative infections and different things like that. So, my goal in life is to help bring some knowledge and awareness to natural ways of healing. Our bodies are meant to heal with herbs. We've been doing these processes and using these products holistically for thousands of years. Our ancestors have been eating them, applying them, smoking them in regards to cannabinoids for thousands of years for us to even develop what is called an endocannabinoid system, which works in conjunction with the immune system. So optimally, if your immune system is not activating the endocannabinoid system and vice versa, you're not going to be optimal for your immune support. So that's where we have a lot of different disease come in, and autoimmune dysregulation and dysfunction. And again, unfortunately, the reality is today, society in the US, they are putting a ton of chemicals in our food, in our medications, in our, everyday household products. So it's concerning from a number of facets, but again, our goal is to help people as naturally as possible. Safe, quality, and affordable access is always the goal with our products. So I hope that was helpful and that answers a little bit of your question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Julie. Recently, as of last week, you had on a special guest who was going through his own journey with his family. And so you are coming together and doing something special, which you don't have to talk about now. But I'd love to have you just share, what has your experience been with the guests that you've had up to this point, and then when you had Trey come on, which was kind of a different story. Tell us a little bit about the journey that you've had as a TV show host.
Absolutely. So it was an honor and a privilege to have Trey Chaney. He's an actor. He was featured on The Wire and We Own This City. Those were HBO shows. I was asked to help on a project that he's putting together. So we can talk about it. We talked a little bit about it publicly last week when we had him on the show. But Trey and his family survived a tornado in Atlanta, Georgia, and it completely, literally uprooted their whole life. His son was thrown over the size of a football field. He was unconscious for weeks and, is still healing, but is back to school in his life. It's a profound story. So it was, a blessing and a privilege to work on this project with them. I'm excited to help him get this out there in a big way. I think his story is profound. And we want to support him as a survivor, him as a creative artist. And that's a little bit about that project, but it was an honor and a privilege to have him. We've had some beautiful guests on our show, such as Ed Rosenthal. We've had other inventors, but it's nice to have other celebrities as well to share their truth and their story with the world. So it was a beautiful guest to have. So I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you were here to hear me at the beginning of the show, but I was talking about how we as business owners have a business plan that goes out so far. And so based on the knowledge I'm getting from Wharton, is that our timelines are actually becoming shorter. And so I shared that for USA Global TV and Radio and the television, the media industry, my strategy is basically 6 months and I have to continue to evaluate it. So what about you for your business? How far out are you looking, and what are some of the things that are coming up for you in the future for your business?
Well, that's a great question. I appreciate it. For us, I've been working since I was 11. I do plan to build the company to a place that is a sellable place. Again, I want to help as many people as possible. I'm not selling my soul. I wouldn't sell my company to the wrong people, but maybe I would consider in 5 years for my 5-year plan, selling the business and doing some more altruistic work. I do work pro bono with cancer patients. As part of a way to give back to the community. We have a whole protocol that we work on with cancer patients that talk about diet, stress management, different supplementations, and then cannabinoid therapies, which create apoptosis in the body. So we've helped a ton of patients with cancer holistically heal. I'm talking stage 4 cancer. They've given them no other resolution. They told them to go home, be happy with their families, and enjoy the rest of their moments in life. People like that we've been able to put in remission. So it's been an honor and a privilege to do that. And, I look forward to, eventually retiring and doing some more altruistic work. And, that's always the goal eventually that we get to, that we have a business that's a sellable entity that someone else can take it even more and above and beyond what I've built it to be. So I hope that was what you were looking for as far as an answer.
Yeah, congratulations on everything you've accomplished, Julie. It's really tremendous. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I was so grateful that I got to meet you in person and give you a hug, and we shared a meal together. We went and met Talia Smith, one of our colleagues and friends here. So I'd love for you to think about and share with our audience. There are people out there right now who are watching and they're thinking, wow, that could be me. I'm a business owner. I could be on television, or I could be doing something to share my story. Do you think it's worth it? And by the way, this is totally unscripted. I have no idea what Julie's going to say. So just speak from your heart. What has your experience been being a television show host?
I've absolutely loved it. It's been my honor and privilege to host so many people and to allow them a place that's safe to share their stories and their journey. I have always been kind of in the spotlight since I was a child, but for me, this is a different level of hosting somebody else and allowing them the moment to share their truth. So it's been a tremendous, journey being a television host and being on this platform. I've loved being a part of USA Global TV and Radio, and everyone on here has just been wonderful. It's amazing to see how many people from different walks of life all over the world, we come together as a collective, essentially, for a greater good, to host people, to share their stories, their truth. And I think that's the most rewarding part for me as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, is giving back to the community. Again, a lot of entrepreneurship comes from helping others. So for me, I think it's an honor and a privilege to be able to host people live and have them share their stories with the world. So.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Julie.
Absolutely.
And I want to just focus a little bit on something that you said. Obviously, you're here today in the United States. It's a Sunday. Okay, you could be doing a lot of other things on a Sunday morning, but you came here and you're sharing. And so that takes a commitment. And I don't think people realize when you have your own television show, what a commitment it actually takes. So I want to just publicly recognize you for that. And thank you for taking your Sunday morning and being with us. I'd like to go back to your story of being an entrepreneur, because I've heard people say, well, how hard could it be? I mean, and you and I know how hard it is, right? I just described that my apartment was flooded again, and I'm in the kitchen now with a coat on. It takes a commitment and passion. Can you share with us, during your journey as an entrepreneur, were there times, as I laugh, were there times when your strategy was derailed? And if so, what did you do?
There's always going to be derailments, right? They say people plan and the universe laughs. So, again, we can plan until we're blue in the face. It doesn't always mean it's going to work out. There will be trials and tribulations along the journey, and that's okay. Again, sometimes the universe closes a door and opens a window, and that's really what it's meant to be for us. We have to trust in the journey and allow certain things to transpire. And I think the biggest point in saying all that is we have to, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, we have to be adaptable, right? No one planned for your apartment to flood. No one planned for you to probably have to stay up all night. So again, it's unfortunate. Sometimes things happen. We just have to be calm, collected, and regroup sometimes and readjust our path, readjust our plan. And that's okay. That's okay as an entrepreneur to have to do that. Nothing in life is permanent, not even life. So again, we just have to be ready for anything. And I think, from our regard, dealing with the FDA, dealing with a lot of compliance in a highly regulated industry, again, things come up and things happen. We just have to be calm and collected and just take it with a grain of salt as best we can as entrepreneurs, but more so as human beings, because again, we're all humans. And we need to just recognize that it's okay. Sometimes things happen, not always good, but it's not going to break us. We have to just keep pushing forward.
Julie, you've mentioned calm and collected, I think, a couple of times. And also, you've been on your own health journey, and as am I. And as we know, when our emotions get the best of us, our health raises its hand and goes, hello, we're not happy about this. So how do you manage to have your professional life, your personal life, and priority take care of your health?
So that's a great question. It's hard. Balance is very key to having a fulfilling life, both having, I have a family, I have a husband, I have a thriving business. We have the show, I do pro bono work. So, it can be very busy. So again, we have to make sure that we're taking time for ourselves and our bodies and listen to them when they're saying, hey, I need a break, man. This is enough. So, I find meditation extremely helpful. Obviously, cannabinoids significantly help calm the nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. So doing some of those exercises along with, using my cannabinoid products, I think that helps tremendously, just calm my system. But it's just really taking stride with everything, making sure that we're eating well, that we're eating clean, that we're making sure that we're taking our supplementation, that we're exercising. I find yoga extremely therapeutic and calming for my soul, music as well. So it's really about the individual. You have to find what works for you and your body. What works for me might not work for someone else, and vice versa. So we have to find, as human beings, what works for us and what calms us. So I hope that was helpful.
Absolutely. Making decisions that resonate in our body where we have a sense of calm and peace. Julie, it's kind of interesting, but about 8 days ago, I made the decision to cut out all sugar, wine, which is my favorite. And so last night when the apartment was flooded, I have 4 bottles of wine in the refrigerator just because they were there. And I've got a whole thing of chocolate. And I didn't have either of them because my commitment is to my health and to moving forward. And so to me, that was kind of an empowering moment when we make a decision, because we get choice. We get to make choices of how we want to show up. And you have shown up every single month after month very professionally. And I just really appreciate everything that you're doing and all the people that you're helping. So I'd like to bring up your website now, and I'd like you to share with our audience anything that you want about what's going on with your company and you personally, so that people can reach out to you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today and to just be on this path with you. You've been a wonderful producer, and I don't know how you do it, Jacalyn, with so many things. So I appreciate everything. We are rebuilding our site right now, so definitely keep looking out for our new launch on the site. You can purchase our 2 products, which I mentioned previously, on the site, and you can also check out some of my other beautiful interviews I've had, like with Montel Williams and on a number of other platforms throughout the years under our news and blog section. We are adding to our, expansion project. We're having more staff come on. My husband actually retired, and he's going to be joining me, and he's acting COO right now for my company. So that's been wonderful to actually have a family-owned business where we're running stuff together, and I'm not doing as many things or delegating as many things to a variety of people. We're keeping a lot of it in-house, which is wonderful. So yeah, you can check out my website. You can reach out to me and contact me there, and check out some beautiful interviews and different things that we're working on. But there's a ton of information on there about the products and how the endocannabinoid system works and different lab reports. You can see exactly, there's full transparency in our products, unopposed to, traditional pharmaceuticals. We don't know what we're taking. There's no transparency. You can't get it tested anywhere. However, our industry, we have a number of facets for testing and different things. So you know exactly what's in our product, and it's the same every time. So, I want to leave people with that. And thank you for having this, and congratulations. Happy anniversary. And I'm so excited for all the amazing work you've done for 4 years, but I look forward to being part of the future of the company.
Thank you very much, Ann Mejia. Thank you for being here and taking time out of your Sunday. And thank you for everything that you've given and will give to USA Global TV and Radio and our worldwide audience.
Thank you so much. Have a beautiful rest of the day. You take care.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Please do reach out to Ann Mejia, especially if you are someone who is living in chronic pain. She has alternative solutions for you. My next guest is a very dear friend. He was in the UK, in London, for a long time, and he's now in the States. We have worked together in a number of capacities. He's the principal and founder of the British School of Excellence. He has had so many prominent, prestigious people walk through his doors, and they have graced our stage as well. His name is Philip Sykes, and Philip is really the master entrepreneur. He has been able to take something that could seem so esoteric to people, which is etiquette and manners, and actually normalize it so that we understand that we as humans have a responsibility to show up and treat people with kindness, with graciousness, and with respect. He is really cutting edge when it comes to understanding emotional intelligence and how we can apply it to our business as well as to our personal lives. Let's hear from him directly. Mr. Philip Sykes, welcome to the program.
What a joy to be with you, Dr. Jacalyn. It's been too long since we were on stage together, so to speak. And thank you for such a wonderful introduction. I hope you're not freezing too much in your neck of the woods.
Well, you might not have heard, but my apartment was flooded again last night. So we have no heat. I've got industrial heaters. But you know what? The show must go on, Philip. So I am here. And you are in nice, warm Florida where I moved from. How is it there?
Actually, not that warm. It's been around as people use the term in degrees Fahrenheit here, been sitting in the mornings around 45, 50, and then some days warming up to about 65. But hopefully today will go a bit higher than that. Otherwise, we're in for a cool week, believe it or not, for North Florida.
Well, make sure the dogs get their sweaters. That's always a big, important thing that people have. So, Philip, I'm so glad that you could take time out of your schedule, especially on a Sunday, to come and join us. I'd love for you to share with people about the work that you're doing. You have the British School of Excellence, where you've got so many programs and workshops. You've got something special going on in London, and you also have a beautiful podcast platform. Can you tell people more about who you are and how you can help them?
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, it gives me great honor to be on this incredible platform, especially to share the 4th reunion and the anniversary around this incredible platform. And again, I have to pay you huge compliments, Dr. Jacalyn, on your resilience, persistence, and not giving up on any level. I know it has not been straightforward. As for the British School of Etiquette, now the British School of Excellence, we've had an interesting journey. It's had some very strong highs and some very challenging times. And as you say, the show must go on. And that is what life is about. You know, every day that we get given is the first day of our lives, if you think about it. And at the British School of Excellence, this is not about pontificating or giving you areas to be proper, blah, 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 nonsense, hot potato in the mouth. This is what we call core life skills. And it's quite an interesting factor. Over the last year, we've been really trying to pinpoint our direction, or more than the direction, is trying to pinpoint the clientele, the base of the people who want to walk through our doors, and really find out what is their sense of urgency. Now, I know for all of us here, no one wants to walk in their shoes with a pebble between your shoe and your heel or the ball of your foot. You take the shoe off and you remove the pebble. It's frustrating. It's annoying to have a pebble in your shoe. And this is where I use this sort of similarity, is what we deliver and offer is, if you have that pebble in your shoe, in other words, you're looking for building confidence, wanting to get that career path moving, wanting to get motivated to get a promotion, wanting to have better relationships with people around you, your family, your friends. Basically, it's what we focus on is creating dynamic, amazing human beings. If you really want to be in the top 1 to 2% in this world, what we deliver, what we offer, will give you those quintessential tools in order to help you step up. But that falls on you. If you have a headache, you go and take a headache tablet. If you cut your foot open, you go to the doctor and get stitches. We are in that business. We will solve your challenge. We will solve what you need in this world to elevate you in any direction that you want to go. And that's what we do here at our organization.
Thank you so much, Philip. I really appreciate you sharing that. So, Philip, as an entrepreneur, you've had quite a journey yourself. And so we're talking today about the fact that there are highs and lows when you own a business, and there are a lot of things that happen that you can't predict. So any methodology or strategy that you have when the times get tough?
You've got to keep reinventing yourself, to Dr. Jacalyn, as you've done. There's no red carpet in this world. No one's had plain sailing in this world. So what I draw on is I surround myself with dynamic people, you being one of them, because we bounce ideas off each other. You and I have talked about many thoughts, and we've tried a few things that maybe didn't work the way we thought they might. The bottom line is surround yourself with dynamic people and people better than you. Have sounding boards, have mentors, have coaches. I take on a huge amount of personal coaching. I put a certain amount of money aside every year, which I can't pay up front. So I will pay it off over a tranche of time, but I make sure I get the best coaching I can possibly afford. And that pays dividends, because when you are set in your business or set in your career, it's often that we can't see beyond what's, within 1 meter of ourselves, so to speak, as an analogy. And we lose out on areas that we could be going down and focusing on, rather than trying to be as they use the analogy, everything to all people. You've got to become very laser focused. You've got to put time aside to create personal and professional development. Because if you've always done what you've always done, you're always going to do what you've always done. And this, for personal reasons and for business reasons, I'm very, very focused on and open to guidance and steering. And I will find the people in my life that I will ask permission. And I say, how would you guide me here? What advice would you share with me here? And that is really how I have managed to really find those moments where I felt even personally rock bottom, mentally and emotionally, and get these people and friends and coaches to give me that amazing platform.
Thank you so much, Philip. I just want to say hello to Fred. We haven't seen you in so long, Fred. I thought I saw a comment from you somewhere, but I couldn't find it. Thanks for being here, Fred, who was one of our TV show hosts in the past. It's good to have you with us. Philip, you truly are global. The British School of Excellence is truly global. And so you have people from all over the world who are your clients. You've traveled the world. You've been a keynote speaker for some of the biggest brands in the world. What can you share with our audience who's looking to get into global capacity or keynote capacity?
Great question. Dr. Jacalyn, for me, it's about building your network. And that is attending networking events and functions that suit your level. For example, if there's hypothetically a $50 entry fee for a networking event or $500, which one are we going to choose? I would save up for the $500 and go there, because you're going to get a higher caliber and capacity of person going to those sort of events. A. B, find your industry that's specific to where you want to elevate yourself and network with those people. I mean, LinkedIn, I think, is underutilized by a lot of people. I really do. What's the worst that can happen? You reach out to people via LinkedIn, you don't get a response, so you send another LinkedIn message and maybe they respond, maybe they don't. Never give up. And again, when it comes to addressing these opportunities, never say no. If someone says, Dr. Jacalyn, there's an event going on and we would really value your input for 15 minutes. Could you give us your time? Is there a value that I'm going to pay me? No, we can't pay you, but you can represent your brand. Yeah, I'll do it. And you go out there and you present and you give it your all, you prepare, and you never know who's sitting in that audience ever. And that is where we have a fantastic phrase that you've been exposed to many times, Dr. Jacalyn. One person, one opportunity can change your life for the rest of your life. And that's because you showed up. That's because you made an effort. And the power of your network is your net worth. And this is something I'm really focused on. I try my best to keep in touch. I know, Dr. Jack, and you and I are sometimes moving ships in the dark, but we do make an effort to check in with each other, to drop in, for example. And that's the power of building your network and checking in with one another and finding out how you can help people and support people. And those are just a few tools that I would immediately share right this moment.
Thank you, Philip. And we do have a comment from Mark Thomas. Hello. Thank you. Hello to you as well, Mark. Thanks for being here.
Mark.
Philip, a question that I have for you. I know you have a set amount of time to be here, so I think this is pretty important. We see all over the world things that are going on, maybe that have never gone on, or maybe not at this degree, and people are losing it. People are absolutely losing it on social media. People are turning to violence and anger. And so you actually teach people about emotional intelligence and showing up with grace and kindness. What can you share with people who are feeling so out of sorts and so angry about so many things, even here about the snowstorm, that they're not going to be able to get out, versus a lot of other things that are at another level? What can you share?
Dr. Jacalyn, I truly believe that we are faced with a bigger pandemic than what COVID was. I know that for a fact. And that I put down to exposure to social media, to various news channels, to fake news. People are spending too much time attached to their devices. It's become a drug. It's become something they hanker after. They wake up first thing in the morning, and what do? They go to their phones. They're looking at their Insta, their Facebook, blah, blah, blah. It's all good and well to give this guidance and advice. Everyone's got a different rhythm and drumbeat to how they face the day. But it's up to us to put a structure and a strategy in place in order to develop our day, that we get not as affected, so to speak, by all this noise coming at us in every single direction. Right now, our concentration span is, if we're lucky, between 8 to 10 seconds. And I found out a really fantastic or interesting statistic the other day. Why are movies and series and adverts reiterating the point 4 or 5 times, literally what the plot is or what the outcome is? Because we don't have the concentration level right now. So we're watching a TV program and you're on your phone and you re-engage, or you ask your partner, what did I miss? We have forgotten to understand the power and importance of situational awareness, of being grounded, of really using the time that you've got with the people you've got without any distractions. Now, I was saying to Kerry, my wife, the other day, wasn't it incredible when you went to the beach together when we were growing up? We hung out together, we chatted, lovely Mark Thomas, who said hello there all the way from South Africa. We had connection with each other. There wasn't a moment of distraction, apart from maybe as a young lad seeing a beautiful young lady walking down the beach and eyeing out someone that looks really lovely that you could be attracted to. Honestly, jokes aside, we were so much more grounded. I'll never forget going on holiday. This is another thing we raised. If we went on holiday, we went down the south coast of South Africa to Southbrim a lot. My dad never was interrupted once by his company. 2-week holiday, he was senior managing director of the firm. He was untouchable. There was no one that could get hold of him. No cell phones. There wasn't a fax machine. There wasn't even a telephone at the beach cottage we used to rent. So people out there in this world, get off your social media. Parents listening to this, do not allow your children near social media or even give them a phone until they're 15, 16, 17 years old.
Thank you, Philip. So one thing I'd like to have you address, because you and I both have businesses that are on social media in some regard. So how do people temper how much they're going to watch and when they're watching, when they're not?
For me, it's about structuring your day. It really is, because procrastination, we all have it within us. And I was a brilliant procrastinator many, many years ago. I think I have a tendency to waver, but it's about structuring your day and giving yourself those areas of when you do engage with your phone and your social media. Same with business. Turn your phone off while you're working on a project, because inevitably the phone rings or there's a ping and you're drawn to your phone, and all of a sudden it interrupts your train of thought, it interrupts your workflow, and it might be something that is absolutely irrelevant, but all of a sudden you start thinking about it. Structure your day. Give yourself half an hour in the morning or after your breakfast, and then half an hour maybe at lunchtime, and half an hour in the evenings. And something that I think we're all bad at, looking at our phones before we go to sleep. That's TV. Any of these with the blue light and all these distractions is not good for our brains. We need to restore our brains. There's a fantastic doctor, Dr. Amen, here in the United States of America. If anyone is interested in someone who can dig deep into our psychology and what we should and should not be doing, follow Dr. Amen. He is phenomenal.
Brilliant. Thank you, Philip. I want to, in our last few minutes, I want to talk about the incredible work that you do and the Train the Trainer programs and also the London experience. Can you tell our audience a little bit about these and how they can get involved? And then we'll bring up your website.
Certainly. Well, we had our first Train the Trainer live in the United States of America, North Florida, Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville, which was phenomenal. We had, I think it was 8 incredible powerhouse females in the room and 7 amazing women on Zoom. The Train the Trainer is not just a course to train people to be trainers. The Train the Trainer would be life-changing for anybody who wants to elevate their world, their lives. The Train the Trainer is delivered 5 days. It's a 6-7 hour day each day. It's intense. It's full on. We have incredible guest coaches coming in. For example, Adam Woods, understanding how to elevate yourself behind the camera confidence. We have Leanne coming in and taking you on a journey about your personality traits and understanding the power and importance of understanding one another's personality traits in business, in our relationships. And we really take a deep dive into the importance of emotional intelligence, the power of etiquette and manners, and how to present ourselves, how to show up every single day for ourselves, because it starts with us. In other words, the first thing we open up on Train the Trainer and we get people to write down is, I am my brand. And I'm going to leave people thinking about that, because ask yourself, am I my brand? How am I showing up? Because if you don't brand yourself, people will brand you. And then our London experience is just a phenomenal learning opportunity. It's an immersement going into some of the most incredibly dynamic department stores, not even department stores, stores or shops that have been around for 9 generations in the same family, having coaching and training, experiencing exquisite English afternoon tea, going on the British Pullman train, which is over 100 years old, the royal family used to travel on it. It is just an opportunity to see something from a completely different angle. And while you're doing that, you're embracing every part of London and the outskirts of London, as well as understanding the power behind emotional intelligence, etiquette, manners, customer excellence, and customer service.
And I just want to share personally that not only am I certified by the British School of Excellence, but I was asked to present setting boundaries and asking permission, which was truly an honor, Philip. And I got to attend the London experience, and everything was top notch. So you and your team are doing an outstanding job. What you have done to take something that people think of as posh, not interested, you have made it a priority. So thank you for doing that, because what the world needs now is more of Philip Sykes and the British School of Excellence.
That's very kind. That's so kind.
You're most welcome. Let me share your website before you leave us today. Here it is. Tell people what they need to know and where to go.
Yeah, it's a brand new website. We won an award last year for being the most outstanding etiquette and emotional intelligence school in the United Kingdom. That was awarded in the United Kingdom. It's a website for you to learn from. It's a website for you to connect and engage with. We have an e-learning platform. People can download e-learning courses. We've recently just launched a subscription model, and it's a very low barrier to entry with huge value. The website will share with you all the programs and courses we offer, predominantly Train the Trainer. That's our core focus. We do, and we have just launched our 3-day Children Train the Trainer coaching program, where anyone out there who really wants to focus with children and teenagers, which, let's put it very, very clearly, are the future. They are the beautiful, gorgeous individuals that we can guide and steer and positively influence them to be better, amazing, wonderful people. And that training program for people who are doing Train the Trainer, who want to work and engage with children is launched and will be going live very, very soon. There are beautiful testimonials on there. You know, if I were to share, same as you, Dr. Jacalyn, you were the best at what you did in the world, no one's going to believe us. I think for us, we're very blessed with testimonials from all walks of life, all parts of the world. And it is a true honor to serve the world. It really and truly is.
Philip, I can't thank you enough for being here. It's so good to see you, and I'm so proud of you and everything that you've accomplished. For people who don't know, Philip and his family made a major move from one country to the other, and so now residing in the beautiful state of Florida. And I know it took a lot. It took years. It took patience. It took dedication and determination. So I really thank you, and I look forward to seeing what you and your team are going to be doing next.
Thank you so much, and have an amazing day. What an incredible job you're doing, and just keep that momentum and that motivation going.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye for now. Please do go over to the BritishSchoolOfExcellence.com. There are many courses that you can take there. You can actually book in time with Philip himself, and you can get to explore all of the offerings that they have that truly are life-changing. I've participated myself, so I'm telling you, it works. Okay, my next guest is also a very special person. He is a dear friend in my life. He is my #1 mentor, go-to mensch, and he is someone who has a tremendous amount of experience in the television industry. He's worked for huge names, which I'm not going to say, we'll have him share, but he's worked for many of the 3 letters, if you will, and some 4 letters, maybe 5 letters too. But he also brings his own sense of dynamic and sophistication, professionalism as an entrepreneur. He has his own organization that is focused on teams. He's going to tell us more about it. But what I want to really share that Al Cini is probably the best friend you could ever have. Let's welcome him to the show. Hey there.
That is a great testimonial. Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. But let me tell you, it's not easy to be friends with people. Sometimes it's kind of a challenge, and it's never a challenge with you. So
Oh.
it's so easy to be your friend, and it's so much fun. And every now and then we get a chance to. I'm sorry I didn't get your backdrop. Your backdrop is gorgeous,
Thank
but we
you.
kind of rearranged the schedule. I want to talk to you about resilience because I think
Yes.
it's appropriate, especially today. I mean, all right, I don't know whether you've had a chance on your program, on the reunion program yet, to talk about some of the challenges you're dealing with in the moment right now. Have you had
Yes,
a chance to tell people about that?
I did. In the opening monologue, I told them about the fact that my apartment was flooded for the second year in a row, almost to the day.
Unbelievable.
And so last night we had the Cherry Hill Police Department, the Cherry Hill Fire Department, the maintenance people, and the recon people out here. And the last people left just before 1 a.m. So we've got about 25 industrial-sized fans in here right now. So the studio's trashed. And so I moved the green screen into the kitchen, and I have no heat because the one heater was burnt out and the other one turns off all of the heaters. It just, it flips the switch, so to speak. So I'm here in the kitchen in my coat doing this show.
Your coat is very becoming. And I don't know whether maybe people don't appreciate it. I even though I don't have your backdrop, I have my backdrop.
It's beautiful.
It's snowing. Yeah, well, yeah, it is beautiful, but I mean, sooner or later somebody has to come and clean it up. That won't be me.
I told you, shoveling.
There's somebody in our economy needs money, and I'll offer them that in exchange for cleaning this mess up when it's all done. But in the middle of everything that you're dealing with, this is going on. So
Yes.
It's not like you can just pick up what you do and move to a Starbucks, or, I mean, you can't even travel in this weather. That's
No, I can't. It's funny, Al, because last night I had to make the decision if I was going to go to a hotel or not. So I asked the recon people how long they were going to be here because they wanted me to stay here. And they said probably just until about 1. And I knew the snow was moving in. So I thought, you know what, I will just stay here and tough it out. I'm just going to, I'm here because no one can do anything until maybe Monday afternoon. So until then I have my wireless headphones. I love them. I don't know where I put them, but they have been like a godsend because they just they block out the noise. So it's really good. But I want to talk about you. So you and I met at a TV station that's no longer in business under that name. And we did not know each other at all. And we started doing some morning coffee shows together. But you had already been with the station for a long time. So that engagement that you and I had working together, I knew I was with a true professional because I had no television experience whatsoever. And as I mentioned in your intro, you've worked for some of the major networks. If you want to name drop, you can. But you are someone who understands the television industry. So can you share with our audience, in reference to television, a little bit about your background, and then we'll move on from there?
Sure. With reference to television in particular, I see you gave me the whole screen. That's terrifying. With respect to television, I've worked at NBC, ABC, just recently finished a project for ABC, and I've done a little bit of work for ESPN, which is also a Disney property, as ABC is. And my end of it generally is the technical end of it. So I'm not so much in front of the camera as I'm in the data center more than anything. How do we connect all these widgets to each other so that we can make television come out the other end? But I can say from my experience, having worked on productions, the technical end of the productions, you do get a fair amount of exposure to the in front of the camera end of it too. And one of the things I have to give you a lot of credit for, and I keep throwing it back to you, is that nothing ever works the way you expect it to. Everything always goes off the rails. And the challenge in life really is to be, I don't want to say prepared for that. The more you are, the more authentic to yourself you are, the more comfortably you can deal with situations that come up like the one you had to face. And in real television, that kind of stuff happens all the time. I mean, there are floods and there are on-set disasters and there are things that require that you all of a sudden pivot from where you are to where you need to be in order for the show to go on. And sometimes the best product you get are the products you get under circumstances like that. Not the rehearsed ones, not the practiced ones, but the spontaneous ones, especially the resilient ones that deal with with adversity. And I think this is like another example of it. If there's anything I hope you got from the time that we've spent together, it's that it's you. It's not a persona that you create. It's not a costume that you put on. It's you, and that's with you wherever you go, no matter what your circumstances are. And I think you're really good at projecting yourself that way. And I'm amazed. This is really kind of an example of it. You're doing great. You really are, and I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, Al. I do want to go back, way back 4 years ago, maybe even 5, because it was Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn before USA Global TV and Radio. And I remember you and I were doing a show together. I think it was the business show. And I remember you saying to me, what voice are you using? Because I was like, hello and welcome to...
Hello. Welcome to another episode of Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn. Yeah, that's the announcer voice. I know.
Exactly. But that really resonated with me. It's like, no, you have to be your authentic self. That's not who I am.
It's a lot easier. I mean, if I mean, my original time slot on your program today, a little bit of a reveal for everybody, was 10:30. And you asked if we can do it 15 minutes earlier. And yeah, sure. I mean, if I'm going to go with whatever I prepared for 10:30 and move it to 10:15 and pretend that we didn't move it, then I'm just going to look awkward and clumsy and unnatural. I mean, you tell me when the camera's on. Let's start our conversation. Let's talk about whatever comes up. Let's let the chips fall where they may. Let's be honest with each other. And I think that's what ultimately people want out of an experience when they tune into, especially a production like this. I think they just want to see real people just answering questions, and you can do that anytime. So, if you want me to keep talking about me,
yeah, I do. I want you to talk about your work as an entrepreneur, and then we'll go into something that we're actually doing together for the good of humanity.
Well, I was having a conversation yesterday with somebody who was trying to figure me out, and because I grapple with that myself sometimes. I mean, I'm not a linear thinker. I mean, I'm a project manager. So let's wheel it back to the work that I've done for television networks, for example. But I've had other kinds of clients too. I am a project manager. My job is to work with the resources that are available to me to make sure that a good product is a result of all the effort we put into it, that we get a good result from it. Often the actual result we get, it varies from what we originally imagined it was going to be, because people add value in unpredictable ways sometimes, and you've got to be open to that. A successful project isn't necessarily one that goes according to plan. A successful project is a project that makes it possible for the plan to evolve and often improve. Not under leadership. It's not something. I'm definitely kind of a lead from behind kind of a guy. I mean, we talk about servant leadership from time to time, and I think it's more about the people that work on the project, but they need to be inspired and they need to be guided and they need to be encouraged. And if you do that, if you've got 30 people on a team, instead of 5 people doing all the work and the other 25 people kind of watching them, you can get those other 25 people engaged at whatever level they feel they can make a contribution. And often what they contribute is more valuable, or at least as valuable, let's say, as what the 5 superstars produce every day. I mean, in every project, there are a small group of people that just know the stuff and they're really good at everything. But it's the other people that really make the difference. And you need to go find them and talk to them. And in order to do that, you need to overcome blind spots. A big blind spot is having favorites. I like working with these 3 guys, so I'll tend to spend more time with them than I do with the other 27. And when you do that, you diminish the effect of the team you're trying to lead. It's also not fair. It's unjust, for one thing. But aside from that, aside from the moral and ethical issues, you don't get as good a product as you get when everybody's engaged in it. And at the end of the day, when you have a party, you want everybody to be celebrating everybody's participation, not just the fruits of a few people's labors. And everything about what I'm doing now as an entrepreneur for ProFit for Teams, and this is getting back to that conversation I had yesterday where people were trying to figure me out. ProFit for Teams is an organizational development program. It is a team development program. We used to refer to it as team building. Oh, thank you for putting that up. pro-fit4teams.com. It's easy to go and learn more about it. My partner in this effort, by the way, is Lisa Manioki, and she has done a brilliant job on the website and dealing with me. which she would need to join the program in order to explain. But she's just done a brilliant job doing what we need done in order to get the word out, to get the message out. ProFit for Teams is about trying to create a reliable, repeatable process for exactly what I described. How do we get everybody on a team? And we define team as any group of people that have a common mission or goal in mind. How do we get everybody on a team to work together in a more collaborative way so that everybody's contributions are the best that he or she can offer in the moment, whatever that might be? So, to me anyway, a highly effective, highly functioning, very successful team is a team where everybody gets to celebrate their accomplishments, even though nobody was exactly able to predict what they might be even a week ago. I mean, every now and then there's a little miracle that comes from somebody you don't hear from. You want those miracles because those miracles are what make the project worth working on, and it's what makes the result better. So, ProFit for Teams is about trying to package that process, and that's really pretty much what that's about. So I don't know. Does that answer? Oh, the conversation I had yesterday. This is pretty funny. So are you going to make money with this? I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, so are you going to make money with this? Have you ever heard that question, by the way, Dr. Jacalyn?
All the time. What's the return on investment?
Oh, ROI. And, I'm heartened by the fact that I'm hearing the question less and less these days, because more and more, I think people are beginning to realize that that business is a human experience. It's not just a profit-making experience. Now, profit and revenue are important, obviously, and you need to have a commercially marketable solution that people are willing to invest their time and their money in. So, and that's important, but it's not paramount. It's not what drives people. What drives people is something, whenever you say it's not about the money, you really have to kind of mean it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I'd be selling insurance. I mean, why not just open up an insurance? We can open up an insurance brokerage, and if you need life insurance, I can sell you a policy. Uh, there are ways to make money, and by the way, not knocking that. I know wonderful people in the insurance business, and a lot of them need, by the way, ProFit for Teams. I mean, they may not realize it, but in their organizations, even organizations like accounting firms and insurance companies can use team development, where the goal is to get everybody to contribute. You want everybody to pick up an oar. You want everybody to row, not just a couple of people. And that's what we do with ProFit for Teams. But anyway, I'm not in it so much for the money as I'm in it for the fact that I know this is a problem, and that it's most people just sort of chalk it off to human nature and say, well, but people are just like this, and there's nothing you can do about it. No, there are lots that you can do about it. There are there are actually several things that you can do about improving human nature, or aligning human nature, let's say, with what it is you're trying to accomplish in your business, whatever that might be. And a lot of it has to do with reframing your own role in your business or in your organization or as a team leader. Yeah, maybe have to reframe your role as a leader a little bit in order to bring out the best in the people that report to you. Because really, leadership is something everybody has. And the more of it you've got, the less centralized it is in one person, the better result you get. And that's some of the best experiences I've had as a project manager. And I've been managing projects for mostly media, but lots of other companies too. Now, for a long time, are at the end of the project, when people say things like, well, we're not exactly sure what you do, Al, but we want you to keep doing it because whatever it is, we get terrific results from it. And it's not you doing it, it's us doing it with you, kind of making us feel good about it. And anyway, for me, that's kind of the holy grail. And delivering that service is what ProFit for Teams is about. It's really about getting teams onto a path where they feel they can be productive and make contributions, individual members. And it's about the joy of the work and not the profit. The profit flows, when a project is successful, but it's about the joy of the work. It's about waking up in the morning and looking forward to what you're going to be doing that day rather than dreading it. And a work day isn't something to be endured, it's something to be celebrated. Even when your heater explodes and pipes burst and your apartment gets flooded, and I think that thing that draws you, that pulls you forward, that mission that you're on, is what enriches and lights the world. And okay, and I need you to come back on because I'm going to ask you about the not-for-profit next. Because think about it, we've just talked about how it isn't about profit. And in a conversation we had about a month ago, you and I talked about the mission you're actually on, and a light kind of went on. Maybe you can talk about that and what that's led to.
Well, you and I were having a conversation, as we always do. It's always fascinating. And you shared with me that basically, because of the fact that everything we do here is based on giving people a voice, giving the voiceless a place to speak, it's about gratitude, compassion, and empathy and elevated listening. You were the one who came up with the idea, and together we're making it happen with some other individuals to start a nonprofit called USA Global Voices of Humanity Foundation. So we had our first board meeting, which was, I think, 2 weeks ago, or I think it was 2 weeks ago. And so now it's on me to file for the 501c3, which I'll be doing. I didn't expect this to happen because I was going to do it yesterday. But after that, we will be moving forward, and I will be actively soliciting donations for people to be able to share their voice through some type of media project, whether it's at USA Global or somewhere else. So Al, my question for you is, and I think this is an interesting discussion for anyone who is for profit and has a non-for-profit. There's a boundary that has to be set so that there's certain boundaries set up, certain lines don't get crossed if you are an entrepreneur with a for-profit and a non-for-profit. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, that's something we spend a lot of time talking about, and I know that worries you. And the reason why it worries you is the reason why it'll never be a problem for you. You are fundamentally an ethical person. And that is, I mean, for a lot of people, you put money in a pile and you give them access to it. And then all of a sudden that money ends up applied to things like mortgages and car payments. And, I mean, it's, I hate to say it, it's in the news. There are people out there who kind of lose sight of the purpose of the money that they get from people, and start misdirecting it elsewhere because they have other life problems they need to solve. And maybe they even have in the back of their minds, well, I'll pay it back. Once I get this thing rolling, I'll take the new money that I get in and I'll replace the old money that I misappropriated. I mean, and maybe they have that in their minds, but it's not a problem for you because it's something that would never enter your mind in the first place. So I know you've been spending a lot of time considering that you do have a for-profit that is very much Dr. Jacalyn centric. It's your personality and your interactions with a lot of wonderful people. And, I have to give you credit for this too. I've known you for more than 5 years, I think. You've been doing this kind of program now for 4. This is your 4th year reunion, which is amazing. And you should be really proud of that accomplishment. So now, after 4 years, what you've got is a circle of people that you know, that you work with, that you've formed contracts with. And on a for-profit, for revenue basis, you produce television programs for them that make it possible for them to get their messages out, whether it's a commercial message or mostly commercial messages. But when we were having lunch that day, we started to think about some of the differences you make in people's lives based on the work that you do on a for-profit basis. And that led to maybe the funding model needs to change. Maybe instead of it being Dr. Jacalyn and Friends, which is kind of what your for-profit business seems to be. I'll need you to, by the way, correct me where I'm wrong on this. It needs to evolve past that into what about people out there who have tremendous, uplifting, interesting stories to tell that could change other people's lives, but they don't have the resources to tell those stories. They don't have the ability to launch a podcast. They don't have the technical resources to get themselves out there and get their message out there. If you could raise money as a not-for-profit to provide a platform for those voices, those unheard voices, you could change the world with their stories. And to me, that's what your not-for-profit promises more than anything. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about where that's headed?
I think you hit the mark, really. And part of the journey was that I was encouraged to become a peace ambassador. And just a little backstory, which I may or may not have shared with you, but one of our former team members who's gone off on a journey of singing and performing, shared with me that she was going to submit me for the Nobel Peace Prize. And I literally just laughed out loud. I was like, oh my gosh.
Why not?
Insane. But, you know, no judgment. But so I read through the qualifications, and you had to be a peace ambassador first. So I didn't know anything about being a peace ambassador. So I applied, and basically, if you want to be a peace ambassador, you can be a peace ambassador. And it's not about having a title. It's not like, you know, you put it on a name tag or something, but it's about encouraging people to find peace, peaceful resolutions within themselves, and then to give other people peace. And so I got involved with training. I've taken 3 sets of training. I've gone to in-person conventions. And so I really feel that it's a big part of who I am now. And of course, it goes along with elevated listening. So when you think about being a peace ambassador and you take the training, you are exposed to people in other parts of the world who are literally fighting for their life every day. They're living in fear of being killed, of violence that is every single day. And so thinking about those people and how they'd love to share their story, and they can't because they're literally terrified and they have no funding. So that was kind of the impetus based after our conversation for me to move forward and go ahead to file and register for the nonprofit.
Well, you know, you trigger a whole bunch of thoughts with that statement. I mean, we live, I hate to say privileged, because that's an emotionally charged word these days, but we're very fortunate that the day-to-day problems we generally have to deal with are things like burst pipes. You know, we've got to deal with every now and then a pipe doesn't do what it's supposed to do, or every now and then a car doesn't start, or every now and then a car starts but only gets you like halfway to where you want to be and then stops. You know, these things are the kinds of things that we deal with. We're generally not dodging sniper fire on our way to Costco. We're generally not worried about a knock at the door being somebody that could come into that house and do something really nasty. We generally don't. I mean, there's some people in our country, I think, do worry about that and have to worry about that. And the whole point of peace is really to try to find it and try to promote it wherever you can, so that we have less confrontation and less made points, you know, where we're all just trying to make the point that we're so tough or we're so hard or we're so, you know, I mean, you don't get where you need to be by stop. Winston Churchill quote that I remember that I try to use whenever I can is that I never make any progress at all if I had to stop and throw stones at every dog that barked. But your reaction to everything that comes up can become what defines you. And when that defines you, then you start making poor choices and bad decisions. And those bad decisions aren't just bad for other people, they're bad for you. You land on a course. I mean, it is amazing to me that some people who are in some of the most difficult circumstances you can imagine in the world are able to find a peaceful path through all that chaos, largely by reframing the way they interpret it and the way they deal with it. And, you know, working with you on the not-for-profit, I think, is going to be an opportunity to meet those people, to hear their stories. I'm very excited about that. And to move forward with your value proposition in a whole new way, in a kind of a bigger way, if we can say, for smaller voices, quieter, more peaceful voices. The problem with peace is it's quiet. And I think it needs to be a little louder. I think you can really help with that.
Thank you, Al. I think that sometimes people think peace is overrated, and there are definitely a subset of people who like the drama. They like to stir the pot. They like to instigate. And so we're not necessarily speaking to those people. They're off on their own journey. They can do as they will. But for people who really do believe that we each can raise our hand and say, you know what, I want to be part of peace. I want to find inner peace, and I want to be part of world peace and give people a voice. So I think USA Global Voices of Humanity Foundation is off and running, and I thank you for taking this journey with me. I'd like to talk a little bit about the television industry, the media industry, because it obviously has changed. We were around when there were rabbit ears on television. So
Well, you're talking about the technology of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love technology. technology. And so I personally don't have any cable service. Everything I have is just streaming service. Where do you think the television industry is going to go? Any ideas?
Yeah, I some pretty clear ideas, and I think they're backed up by some of the things that I see the industry is doing, and some of the work that they've asked me to do to help them get there. We don't consume media the way, well, I want to say our parents did. I mean, the truth is, when we were kids, I mean, it's embarrassing to say things like, I remember when there were 3 television channels, in the Philadelphia area, Channel 3, Channel 6, and Channel 10, and that was it. And you consumed media by organizing your day around a schedule that was published in a magazine called TV Guide. So you would look at the TV Guide and you would see what was on tonight at 9 o'clock, or you'd learn from the networks, and on a particular channel, a particular program is on every Thursday at 9 o'clock or 9:30, and you organize your day around. I mean, even in the beginning, you didn't have any way of recording any of that, so you had to be there. That was it. Show's on at 9 o'clock. I need to be there at 9 o'clock. Otherwise, I'm going to miss it. I've got no way to. I don't have a TiVo. I don't have a DVR. None of that stuff existed until recently. So, but if you think about the evolution of it, it starts with the program is on, you got to be there to watch it. It starts with that. And then gradually you get more control as a viewer. You can start recording programs so that you don't have to watch them when they're aired. You can watch them later. And we like that control. We kind of like that. And that control over a period of time evolved into what we really have today, which is if there's something I want to watch, I go and find the URL, I watch the stream of it. That's when I watch it. I watch it when I say I want to watch it. And that's changed all kinds of things. I mean, that's changed the format of the TV screen. I mean, right now you're looking at me, if you're on a computer, you're looking at me in kind of a oblong widescreen format, 16 by 9, the new transmission format for television. But, a lot of times people are on mobile platforms. So all they see is the center part of the picture, and they scroll through what they want to see by moving from one pane on their phone to another. And all that control is in their hands. And it's something that younger people have embraced it to the point where now the history no longer applies to them. They just don't think in terms of programs that are on a Thursday night at 9 o'clock. I mean, unless, a lot of reality TV is based on that feeling of being in the moment. And so a lot of the content is now, especially on broadcast television, more sports oriented, kind of like we're going to have this event where we're going to put these cameras in these people's houses. We're going to show you what they do, how they cook, how they fight with each other. That reality television kind of a vibe, and game shows. I mean, a lot of what television used to do, the drama type television, has now been kind of taken over by streaming services like Netflix. And all of the major networks have streaming services now that they deliver content like Netflix into your home with. And that's been a big part of the technical evolution, made possible to a large extent by the availability of storage. I mean, it used to be that a disk drive was a small, expensive thing, and now apparently disk drives are everywhere, and there's an infinite amount of storage available for people who want to upload videos to YouTube. And that makes everybody a broadcaster. And that's the interesting part of it. The interesting part of it is the choice that I make could be to watch a major production from the National Broadcasting Company that involve paid actors and sets and camera crews. Or instead of that, I could decide to watch Dr. Jacalyn. And I mean, that puts you in a position of being able to compete with these majors. And that never has existed before in the media business, ever. And that exists now, today. I can choose, and the choice that I make is based on the content and its appeal to me, not based on the production values. I don't need anything big anymore. What I need is what I need, whatever that is. And they're struggling with that. I mean, it has put them in a kind of I can tell you, TV networks are always worried about how they're going to cope with maintaining an audience in a highly competitive environment like this. And they've had to adapt around it by changing their content to make it more in the moment type content. And that seems to be where this is all headed. And I as to where to predict it'll land, and now we've got this whole artificial intelligence thing. On top of that, we now have, I don't know if you use AI much. I've been using it a lot lately because we're taking Profit for Teams and we're adapting it for applications to AI that I can tell you about if we have time. But artificial intelligence is a way to produce content. It's a way to write scripts. It's a way to, it's a way for one person to do the work of 10 people if they do it smart, if they do it correctly. And so AI is going to make it possible for individuals to compete with multi-billion-dollar broadcast magnets, and that's a major sea change in the way things work, and we'll see that unfold over the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Thank you, Al, for all those great points. I do have some comments to that. The first is we're currently on StreamYard and we're streaming to 9 places live right now. StreamYard actually now has given us the capacity where we can decide, do we want our content to go to the various platforms in the 16:9, which you mentioned, and also, I forget the other format, 2 formats. One is for mobile devices and the other is for computers and televisions. So every time we broadcast a show like this, we actually have 2 entries on our YouTube channel. One is for mobile devices and one is for computers and TVs, which I think is fascinating. And the other point that you made is the major networks where you've worked, NBC, CBS, ESPN, someone like me and someone like our team, we actually are in a similar space now, which was actually kind of validated for the Golden Globes, I believe, which just happened, where podcasters actually were recognized, I believe, for the first time. So you had Mel Robbins, you had Joe Rogan, and you had Will Arnett, and I forget whoever else. They were in a category where they could compete against the other platforms. And there were some disparaging comments that were made about, why are the podcasters here, which, I guess they were threatened because everything that we know about the media industry has really been uprooted. So my question for you is, as someone who's worked in network television and someone who is here today and who's been with me since the very beginning, what do you see the value of doing something like this? Like, it's a snowstorm, it's a Sunday, you got yourself together even earlier than when I had you scheduled. What do you see as the value in doing that when you could be doing something else?
Well, the value, well, for me anyway, the value of doing this is I get to work with you, and that's always fun. And also I'm really quite excited about your mission and its evolution, and I'm happy to do whatever I can to support that in any way. Which means I'm more than willing to make a little bit of time anywhere for you, if it makes sense, to help you support what the change you're trying to make in the world, which is to give everybody an opportunity like this, whoever they might be. And I want to point out, it's kind of funny. Everybody's screaming and squawking now about how podcasters all of a sudden qualify for things like Emmys or Golden Globes, and a couple of years ago, they were screaming and yelling that Paramount Plus had the opportunity to win Globes, and Netflix. Everybody said Netflix, that's a DVD service. A lot of people still remember what Netflix started as. You rent DVDs and get them and plug them in. That's now all of a sudden, Netflix is out of the DVD business. They just stream all their content, and you get to pick what you want to watch. And that actually creates a kind of a problem even for Netflix. So, and because now actually the industry is coping with this. Netflix is beginning to give their content providers guidance on a problem that they've seen. The problem that they've seen is that somebody could be watching a major expensive production on Netflix, something with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck in it, very highly paid actors, and a big supporting cast, and remote shoots and car crashes, stuff that costs a lot of money. I could tune into that. And at the same time, in my hand, I have my phone. And if my phone all of a sudden pops up, Dr. Jacalyn is going live with USA Global TV and Radio, I will hop over from what Netflix is putting on the air at a huge cost to watch what you're putting on the air because it's more interesting to me. So the whole problem of how do you keep an audience and how do you keep them attentive to what it is you're trying to present to them is now all of a sudden a major problem for very, very big players. Because think about it. What if What if Dr. Jacalyn had an interview with somebody that was so compelling that a very large, and someday this will be true, by the way, someday a very large number of people are going to want to cut away from what they're getting on Netflix or on one of the major networks to watch what you have to offer, and you're spending a lot less to deliver that content from a technical point of view. I mean, you're putting just as much effort into it, maybe even more. But I mean, that just means that individual choice, what do I want to watch right now, is very variable and very unpredictable. And I mean, nobody really knows where that's going to head. So, I mean, welcome to in the growing world of chaos in the media business, you are very well positioned to win the game, surprisingly enough, even though there are a lot of other players out there with a whole lot more money.
I love this, Al. This is music to my ears. Thank you. You know, it's interesting. One of our colleagues, Mr. Ian Palm-Turner, who's actually ill today and couldn't make it, he said something similar when you and I were doing a show with him a few years ago. And so I think both of you are really predicting where it is that the television network is going. And by the way, I saw that movie, those two actors that you mentioned. I saw it on Netflix. It was pretty good. And
yeah,
I
The
did
Rip, it is a pretty good movie.
Yeah, The Rip is really good. Not paid spokespeople, but I thought to myself, you know, I looked at who was producing it, the executive, like I always look at those things. And so these actors are going out on their own and doing these films, and a lot of them have the funding to do it themselves. But the movie industry has changed so much. Even if you think about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence, what's the name of the actor? He basically made it so that you can't use his likeness. I forget his name. It'll come to me. Matthew McConaughey, I think.
Okay.
So AI is having a big influence on it. But I just heard recently in one of my trainings at Wharton about quantum physics. And one of the CEOs was saying that quantum physics is going to have even more of an influence than AI is. So we'll see where that plays out. But
yeah, we'll see where that you've actually kind of tapped into a passion study area for me, because you know, I mean, the easiest way to lose viewers is say, no, I'd like to spend 10 minutes talking about quantum physics. I mean, immediately everybody's going to say, well, I wonder what's on Netflix. That's going to be it. You're going to lose it. But to give you an idea why this is so important, you know that energy is obviously continues to be an important sector, and I mean, obviously to everybody's economy, and energy basically is a fundamental force of nature that people use all the time without really thinking much about it. Every time you get up and move, you're burning something to generate energy to produce a result. I mean, that happens all the time, and generally that's fossil fuels. I mean, but speaking of quantum physics, and having just gone through a project with a pretty major network about how you distribute power to data center racks, and there are ways to do it that save a whole lot of money. The real future that everybody understands is coming, and it's been promised now for about 70 years, so it's seeming like it's taking a long time, is nuclear fusion, which is quantum physics applied to the problem of generating electricity. And when those kinds of devices come online and begin generating power, an awful lot of the way we work and everything about the way we work is going to change based on that. Nothing is going to be the same after that. And that's now predicted for, well, let's say in a 5 to 10 year window, maybe even less, if with a couple of breakthroughs. And as science gets closer to the fundamental forces of nature, they tap into sources of power and energy that were unimaginably unavailable. I mean, they were completely fantasy land just a few years ago, but now they're approaching reality, and that's pretty amazing stuff. So that's worth tapping into too.
yeah, for sure. You and I will have a conversation about quantum physics at our next lunch. You can fill
Well,
me in.
sure, as long as there's alcohol involved. I mean, it's very important.
No, I don't drink anymore, so no.
Well, for me,
Yeah, for you, the more the merrier, for sure.
Alcohol is one of my favorite molecules. Anyway.
Oh, we do have a comment from James. Well done on what you're doing. Thank you for watching, sir. We appreciate you. So, Mr. Cini, I just want to say, honestly, Al, thank you so much for the last, I think it's 2019 since you and I officially met, and you have been a bright light in my life in so many ways. You are an incredible mentor, and you're a really good friend, and even more importantly, you're a really good human being. So I appreciate you being here, especially on a Sunday, and coming earlier and staying longer. It really means a lot. So what would you like to leave our audience with today as we close out, and then we welcome Justin?
Well, just first of all, Justin, I'm going to stick around for that because he's always fun to watch. I think that's exciting, and that's going to be a great segment. Second of all, if anything like this is going on where you live, where the snow is falling, if you're over 45, pay a kid to shovel it. Don't shovel it yourself. Believe me. Trust me when I tell you, you don't want to do that. And that is my plan. I've got to go out and look for somebody that's willing to shovel what might be, I guess, altogether a foot of snow off the ground by the time this is all done. But I want to thank you, and I want to repeat that comment that you got. What you do, Dr. Jacalyn, is amazing. It has a tremendous benefit and effect in a positive way in the world, and I'm just glad to know you're going to keep doing it.
Well, I'm just glad to know that you're still here with me, so that really means a lot. So,
Not going anywhere. Cool.
And if you
Thanks,
shovel yourself, I'm going to personally have to just.
I'm not doing that. Nope.
Good.
Nope.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, I'm going to welcome our next guest, and I'm glad that you're going to be staying around because we both know and love Justin. Justin Merigliani is an amazing person that I met actually through the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. I was introduced to him because he has his own charity. And so we actually did spinning for cures together, riding bikes, sweating it out. And Justin has had various television shows, Entrepreneur, and so much more. We did Take Steps and Kick IBD. And now he has You as a Whole, Body, Mind, and Soul. And he also has a new sports show that will soon be launching. But
Great.
Justin really leads with his heart. He's had a banner last year. I mean, things the man went through that no one goes through in a lifetime. He had to deal with all in 1 year. So he has extensive experience in television, also with QVC. He's no stranger to TV, and he's an advocate for hockey. Let's welcome Justin Merigliani to the show. Hello,
Yeah,
Justin.
How do I follow that up?
You can do it, Justin.
Wow.
It's
I
good
really
to see you.
appreciate
It's
that.
good to see you, buddy. And it's a very
Same
kind of
here,
you to
Al.
say that.
Yeah, it's great to see you. I got to get on that lunch too. I want to see you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a regularly scheduled lunch because we have a lot of things to talk about for business, which is really amazing. And then it's very interesting, like two people talking about business and what we can do to make the world a better place.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And I was listening to the quantum physics part and the AI. It's just amazing what's happening today with all that. AI is unbelievable. It really is in two ways, good and bad. There are.
Yeah.
Like any tool.
It's very true.
And I mean, if anybody who's been around as long as I have knows that quantum physics cuts two ways. That's for sure. So,
True.
Yeah. The good side of it, though, is free energy for everybody. I'm excited about that.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
great.
excited about that too. And we can talk a little bit about AI later, but Justin, I'd love for you to take your 15 minutes and tell everyone about what it is you do, who you are. You've had some transitions going on and you are reinventing yourself. You have reinvented yourself. And I think you really are a testament to people out there that the show must go on in personal life and in professional life, and we can still like ourselves while doing it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, 2025 was not my best year for sure. It was really tough. I was going through a divorce, which I'm still going through now. Kids going off to high school and college, just major depression, possibly losing the house. My business collapsed. I had a business for 23 years that fell apart because of economy and other factors, one of which it was AI. And my charity struggled. We had a lot of problems with it, with an event that we had a huge event that was supposed to happen. And we had a lot of celebrities that couldn't make it. So we had to cancel the event. It was just one thing after the other. And it piled up and piled up and piled up. And I know that we're having a little bit of technical problems. I think it might be the weather, but I see I'm frozen up here. Can you still hear me, Dr. Jacalyn?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I saw I froze up there. We're having terrible weather here. I'm sure you mentioned it. A lot of snow, and we're gonna get some freezing rain tonight and sleet. So hopefully power stays. But what I was saying was, it just was a year of loss, losing my family, losing the business, losing the charity, and I wound up in the psychiatric ward of Bryn Mawr Hospital in August, late July, early August. Was there for 8 days, and I honestly did not know if I was going to get through the year. I really wasn't sure if I would take my own life, or B, I would have a heart attack or a stroke and just die from that. I really, really was not sure. So I knew that I needed some help to get through all of this. So I went to the hospital. Was without a doubt the best decision I made. The only downside was I didn't make that decision earlier. I suffered way longer than I needed to. I have had a turnaround that is unbelievable. Just like 3 or 4 years ago when I went from 252 pounds down to 200 pounds in 9 months. I turned that around physically. This was the mental equivalent of that. So now the problems are still there. I still have to worry about colleges. I still have to worry about the end of my marriage and the divorce. I still have to worry about uh, now closing up the business, or at least using it as a side hustle and getting a full-time job. I haven't done that in 23 years, so that's a little bit daunting. Not knowing what the future holds, but I have a whole new set of tools that are going to allow me to get through that. I'm not depressed. I'm not upset. I laugh every day. I was in a car accident last year too, so I'm not in the gym at all anymore for the last 4 months. But with all of that going on, I have lowered my medications. I've been able to get to the point where I don't need as much medication. I had been on diazepines for probably 15, 16 years. Now I'm on none. Completely got off of those. So it's incredible how, well, I guess not incredible. It's very credible that people don't see mental illness in the same way that they see physical illness, but it's illness. It's the same thing, whether it's heart disease, kidney disease. When I had ulcerative colitis, those are physical diseases, and I guess people see them and they can understand it, but when it's a mental issue, there's a stigma. And I'm hoping that we can reverse that. I'm hoping that's something that we can now say, look, I've been in a psychiatric ward. I do go to therapy, but that doesn't mean that I'm dangerous. It doesn't mean that I can't handle anything. It doesn't mean anything about that. It means that I got the help that I needed when I needed it. And that's really the most important thing. So as Dr. Jacalyn said, yeah, all right, the last year was not one that I would look at and say, hey, 2025 was a great year. I'll always look back on 2025 and say this was a living hell, and it was. But I now know that I have the tools to get through whatever comes in my future. Not saying it's going to be easy. Not saying that there won't be times where I have a day or two where I'm down, or maybe even a week, or even a month. But I'm not going to let it destroy an entire year like I was unable to do with 2025, and let it just overwhelm me completely. So moving in the right direction. Glad to be a part of this for the last 4 years. Dr. Jacalyn's done an amazing job. Al has done an amazing job. They both have to get this station up and running and around the world. It's incredible. And I'm just glad to be a part of it. I'm glad to have the show today. You as a whole, body, mind, and soul. I'm looking forward to the sports show. We're still looking for a guest host. So if anybody out there is interested, once we have one, we'll be able to rock and roll. So looking forward to that too.
Thank you so much. I'm bringing myself and Al back onto the stage. Al, you can be up here.
I'm still here. I'm going to have to drop off in a bit, but you know what, Justin? The Earth orbits the sun every year, and we've been counting them now for how many years? 2,000 years. We've been counting them, giving numbers
Right.
to them. And we all like to think that this year was a good year or this year was a bad year, but the truth is, every year, every day is the beginning of a new year. And it's not about identifying bad times. It's about creating good ones. And that's always forward facing, and it happens every day. And I have to give you a lot of credit. It's not just a January 1st thing. And then people talk about New Year's resolutions all the time, but reinventing yourself is something you're doing all the time. And I'm really impressed with the work you've been doing and on yourself. And I know how hard that is. And there are an awful lot of people, I think, watching who also know how hard that is. And that's like the classic voice that you don't get to hear very often, that encouraging voice that tells you, no matter how tough it might be for you, there's a way through it. And so it's a great contribution. Thanks, Justin.
Thanks, Al. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Justin, I'd love to have you share your alternate identity that people might not be aware of. You are a meteorologist beyond the weather, and you've been actually giving people updates on this storm, which takes a lot of work and determination, and people ask questions, and what about this and what about that? Tell us about your role in meteorology.
Yeah, so I'm not actually a meteorologist. I'm more of a forecaster because I don't have a degree in meteorology, but I have taken classes. I've been doing this for a long time. It's something that I really enjoy doing. It started out 1983. 1983, I was 8 years old watching a blizzard in February of 83. It was the largest snowstorm in the history of Philadelphia, 21 inches. And I was hooked from then on. I just wanted to be involved in weather. And unfortunately, it just wasn't something that I could do as far as the math requirements. It was just too much. So I decided, all right, this is not going to be something that I do for a living, but it could be something that I do as a hobby. And I did. Eventually, my 8th grade teacher, Eileen Vignola, set up a page for me on Facebook. And it grew and grew and grew to 3,500 people on the page. And as Dr. Jacalyn said, yes, I do follow the modeling. I spend tons and tons of time watching observations and looking at long-range models, mid-range models, short-range models, getting the opinions of other forecasters, whether they're professional or amateur, looking at past storms. We call them analogs. And this one is an amazing storm. It really is tracking 2,000 miles. And there it is on Facebook, Beyond the Weather with Justin Rigliani. It was growing. It's now monetized. I can't say that it's making a ton of money. Yesterday, I pulled in 91 cents. So, it's okay. What I don't do is hype anything to get people to click. I'm not a clickbait person. I'll post when it's appropriate, and I won't when it's not. My main thing is winter weather, but I also track hurricanes, tornadoes, severe weather with thunderstorms, all those kinds of things too. But it really is, if Eileen Vignola did not create that page, I would be just doing this and talking to family and friends, but it would be very limited. The fact that I'm able to do this to an audience makes it so much more exciting. And I'm really grateful to her for doing that. But this storm, 2,000-mile storm, which is just unbelievable, from Arizona all the way up to Maine. And if anybody is along especially the south, today, freezing rain and 35-mile-an-hour winds do not go well together, for sure. And Dr. Jacalyn, I think you had some issues, right, with freezing pipes, right?
Yes. So last night I was ready to go to sleep, and I heard some kind of water somewhere. And so I went into my studio, and the water was pouring out of the closet with the heater in it. There's 2 heaters in this unit, and it was just pouring. And I thought, you know what, it's got to be this heater, because they put it in last year. And you may remember last year I had no heat for 2 months. And then my apartment got flooded. So I thought to myself, you have got to be kidding me. I cannot believe the apartment is going to be like, I just couldn't believe it. And the weird thing is, I wasn't sure that I was going to be here, which if I wasn't here, I don't know what would have happened. But anyway, long story short, the apartment ended up being flooded because the unit upstairs, there was a pipe in the wall that froze and it broke. And apparently no one was living there. So I personally went upstairs because I was going to go ballistic. Because last year, the people who lived there, they actually were hanging their clothes on the sprinkler system, and that's what caused the sprinklers to go out. So I went up there, and the door was open, and the maintenance people were in there. There's no one living there. So it just happened because nobody was actually there. But the Cherry Hill Police Department, the Cherry Hill Fire Department, maintenance, and the recon people were all here, and they left about 10 minutes to 1. So it's currently there's about 25 fans. I've had to turn off 5 of them, and I have no heat, so I'm wearing my coat, and I moved the green screen into the kitchen. So I had to improvise, and now I have bad cramps in my feet, so I'm sitting. But I am doing really well, and I'm glad that you're here. So I'd love to have you just share one thing before we bring on Reverend Lydia, which is you have a huge following for your show. You as a whole, Body, Mind, and Soul, they show up week after week after week. And now you're monetizing your Facebook page, Beyond the Weather with Justin Merigliani. How does somebody do this? What does it take to get a following of people who really believe in you?
I think the biggest thing is networking. The fact that I got to meet Dr. Jacalyn through the Crohn's Colitis Foundation. It really is true. Who you know, not what you know. I think that's a big component. I do make a lot of contacts, and but at the same time, people might say, well, is that you? Yes, because you're cultivating relationships. I think that's the important thing. And then the second thing is to have not just a lot of content, but accurate and good content. People want to know that you're honest. And one thing I say on the show all the time is if you're coming to the show, you as a whole, body, mind, and soul, if you're coming in for answers, you're in the wrong place. That's where we ask questions. And it's up to you to decide what the answers are.
I love that. Yeah, that's terrific. Thank you. Well, I just want to thank you, Justin, for taking the time out of the blizzard and you're reporting to the masses of what's going on. And thank you for being my friend. And thank you for believing in me. And thank you for being here. If you had your banner, it would be 4 because you've been here since the beginning and you continue to recreate what it is that you're doing now. You've got the sports show, and I know you'll find someone to co-host that with you. But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you do. And congratulations on your reinvention when life threw you so many curveballs and you just said, you know what, I'm coming back. And here you are.
Well, thank you for everything. Your support during that time was huge.
You are more than welcome.
All
right. If for people who want to get in touch with Justin, we do have your websites and your Facebook. So is it okay to show them?
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's your business website, justforutc.com. Tell us about what people can find here.
On there, you can find all the trainings that I do. I train people in computer applications. I've added AI to it, and also soft skills, time management, project management, how to manage people, conflict resolution. So if you have any needs, whether it's one-on-one or corporate, that's what I do there.
Fantastic. And by the way, it's great that we have AI that we can go to, but there's nothing better than a human being who has experience actually talking to us about these skills that are not soft skills. Without these skills, we are not acting in our full capacity as a human being. That's what I really believe. All right, and let's take a look next at your nonprofit, which is checkmatescharity.com. Tell us about this.
So I started that in 2014. I am an ostomy patient with a permanent ileostomy, and we raise money and awareness for people with Crohn's, colitis, and ostomy patients. And we're branching out to people with mental illness as well. So we're trying to grow it in that direction too.
And you've lost a ton of weight since you filmed this. So congratulations on that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And then here is your Facebook page, Beyond Just the Weather with Justin Merigliani, and people can go over here and find out what's going on.
Yeah, mainly focused on the East Coast of the United States, but I also do other parts of the country.
All right. Well, we know you're passionate about it. So thank you again for being here. And please do stay safe. And I appreciate your loyalty and your friendship over all these years.
Same here, Dr. Jacalyn.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Please do reach out to Justin. His information is in the show notes if you would like to contact him. And I suggest that you do. Our next guest is terrific and tremendous. Her name is Reverend Lydia Fugires. And I was introduced to her through a third party. And it's just interesting how the universe brings people together. So Reverend Lydia is an intuitive. She's also an author. She is a healer. And obviously she is a reverend. But at the core of everything that she does, she is just someone who really believes in the good of humanity. She really sees the goodness in people. And life has thrown her a number of curveballs, and she continues to show up. She's the kind of person who does not complain. And if you didn't know, you'd never know, because she always shows up in the most professional of capacities. And she has taken USA Global TV and Radio into a new realm. She has her own show in French. That's right, in the French language. And this year in 2026, she's actually doing one episode in French. And then the next week, she's doing the same episode in English. And the name of her show is La Voix de la Garrison. And she and I are doing a woman's prerogative together, and she's the host of the show. So I'm her co-host, and I'm really enjoying this role, watching her bloom and grow. She's a beautiful television presence, and I can't wait for you to meet her. Let's welcome Reverend Lydia Fugires from Canada. Hello, it's good to see you, Reverends. You're on mute, dear. Mute. It happens. It's live TV. It's okay. Let's see if we can help you. No, there you go.
Thank you for having me. It's a joy to be with you. It's always a joy to be with you.
It's so much fun to have you here. And because you are in Canada, it's even colder there. And I'm sure it's snowing there as well. Is it? No, it might not be snowing there actually.
Well, it is not snowing right now, but yesterday I had to take off 2 feet of snow on my truck.
Oh my.
So we're really in this situation. And I was calculating the weather. It is minus 11 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. And I forgot to put the heat on because I work upstairs where we do not heat because the house is really big and I do not heat. So I forgot to actually start the heat on upstairs. So it is quite cold where I am. I am in your situation right away. So yes, that is the thing. We are cold, both of us.
Sure, but our hearts are warm. That's what's most important. So,
yes,
Reverend Lydia, I'd love to have you share what it is that you do outside of this platform and how you help other people. And then I'll come back and we'll have a conversation. How does that sound?
Okay, what I do is that, I celebrate weddings. I'm a reverend in metaphysics, actually. So religion does not really matter to me. I just accept all religions the way they are, because I always say religion has nothing to do with anything. Religion is just a form of discipline. And I am all for religion, actually, because without religion, there would not be enough police officers to keep the order. So, well, we talk about good police officers, by the way. So without religion, there would not be order. So that is the way I see it. I am also the author of 111 Reflections for Thy Earth Odyssey, because my life was quite tricky. I had a difficult life, but actually I learned a lot from my life. I am also healer. I'm an intuitive healer. I was all my life. I actually thought everyone was like me when I was young. So I thought everyone could heal with energy. My father was an energy healer also, as what my great grandmother also. So the thing is that, I started my show, The Voice of Healing, to go from different subjects to help people in their journey on Earth. So I decided to do it in English also. So 1 on 2, it is in French, 1 on 2, it is in English, and I love it. And Dr. Jacalyn, you made me country manager for Canada and French countries, and I am extremely honored. And because of you, actually, you know, my life has shifted a lot. I have a lot more openings. I am a lot happier also. And I was actually told that things have changed for me ever since I started with USA Global TV and radio. I was what we say the best secret kept secret in town. I would not even, you know, interfere with anything. And now I am a lot more open. I do not criticize as such, but I am a peace ambassador. I am for equality. So I do it in a quiet way, without any screams, without any hate. I do it in a quiet way. I did it all my life. I started that I was maybe 7 or 8 without even knowing. So I learned in my life that we have to do things in a certain way to keep order, so, and actually be kind. When we want to keep order, we have to stay kind. So that is the way we do things, in kindness and in understanding. So when we actually live in fear, we are not free at all. So everything has to be kind and orderly. So I actually would like people to stay kind and orderly with everything that is going on right now, especially what happened yesterday. We have to stay orderly anyways. With all that is happening in the world, we still have to stay orderly. We have to stay peaceful. If we march in silence. If we manifest peacefully. If we do any movement to actually bring peace, we should represent peace and not the opposite. We cannot go berserk. Actually, if we want to bring peace, we cannot go berserk and start destroying properties, killing one another. We cannot do that. We cannot go in the streets and be disorderly. I was raised in a mining town where there was order because there were only 4 police officers and we were 4,000. So we were orderly, we were peaceful, we did not have any racism, we were happy, we were in a remote town, and we did not know about things like the things that are going on nowadays. Now I know because I have to know what is going on. But the thing is that when there was a conflict, we solved it just by talking, just like we would listen to one another, and we would not listen to actually answer. We would actually listen, to let the other person explain their point of view. That is what we used to do. And that is what I still do. I listen to actually let the other express their point of view and find clarity in their minds. I do not listen to answer for them. And I think that everyone should think like me. We should actually listen to one another without answering, without being angry people, without being mobs. We are not mobsters. We are people that actually are supposed to be united human beings. We are people that actually should know right from wrong. And it is not because someone has done something wrong that we should all walk their walk. We should actually walk the opposite walk. We should actually be silent, be quiet, and still, if we manifest, we have to manifest in a very peaceful way. And yes, there has been tragedies, extreme tragedies that have happened lately. There are wars everywhere. But the problem on this earth is that people do not act. All they do, we have to understand that when there was the Second World War, the thing is that there were only 3% of the German population that was Nazi. 3%. The rest, the 97%, were actually people that either were silent or either were in the resistance. So what we have to do from that is that we have to understand that only 3% of the population is now in the wrong. Only 3% are violent criminals that are doing things, saying they are doing it to take violent criminals away. So violent criminals are actually hunting violent criminals, and actually they are only 3%. They are not the entire country that are so-called represented by that movement. We have to remember that the country that actually is very noticed lately does not have a violent population. It is not a violent population. Only 3% of that population goes along with that. So we have to remember that 97% of that population is either living in fear, they do not want to interfere, or are manifesting in peace. That is what is going on. So that is what we should remember. Only 3% does not represent an entire population. We cannot hate an entire country because of 3% of their population. This has no common sense, just saying that 3% of a population is the population. It is absolutely unfair. And it is not because someone actually does not do their job properly that anyone is doing their job improperly. We have to understand that there are good people trying to fix the problems. We have to understand that there are good people on both sides trying to fix the problem. There is fear, there is misunderstanding, there is actually all kinds of things that actually add to rebellions. Rebellion does not help at all. The only thing is that it only helps in creating chaos and war. And we are not supposed to have war on earth. We are actually looking forward to peace on earth. That is what we are looking for. We are looking for peace on earth. And it is not by imposing all kinds of things on other countries, all kinds of injunctions and tariffs and whatever on other countries that usually are supposed to get along with us, that we are going to get anywhere. This is not the way. We have to go the peaceful way. And it is not because one person represents mischief that the entire country is like that. We have to understand that. We have to understand that one person is not an entire country. We really have to understand that. It does not represent the population of the country. We have to remember that before that, there was peace. Before that, there was peace. And I will say something. Before me, there was God. Now, God is still here. After me, there will be God. So the thing is, it is exactly the same for that person. Before that person, there was God. Now that that person is there, there still is God. After that, there will still be God. So the thing is that we have to trust that God will do the right work. God will take the lead. The divine source will fix things, will inspire people to work peacefully hand in hand. We have to understand that it is not by turning our backs on our friends that we will fix the problem. So please do not get violent. Think before acting. And yes, I understand something very tragic happened yesterday. And as a registered nurse, I would have done exactly the same thing as that registered nurse did. So I would be the one in the coffin today. So we have to understand. The thing is that the people that actually murdered that innocent registered nurse who was just doing his job, which is helping people, that person actually is one of the 3%, is not the representation of a population. And please remember that the population is not at fault.
Wow, Reverend Lydia, thank you so much for your platform on peace and how important peace is and putting everything into perspective. And thank you for your work and contributions as a holistic nurse. I know you've retired from that, but it's still in your blood, and you are really all about helping people. And so I appreciate your thoughts, and I appreciate you sharing everything. And a shout out to everyone out there. Peace is the answer, violence is not. And to your point, there is God, there is hope, there is faith. And I just would ask everyone to consider their actions before they take them. So let's talk a little bit about your journey here, because I remember when we first met and you were kind of not sure that you would be a good TV show host. And now look at you. You are hosting 2 of your own TV shows, and one is in French. So it just goes to show you that we never know where our journey is going to take us. But I'd like you to share a little bit about how has it impacted you personally or professionally. And again, there's no script, so I have no idea what you're going to say. And I know you'll just tell us as it is. So.
Well, the thing is that, how it impacted me. Well, first of all, it gives us self-assurance. I have been doing conferences pretty much for the last 20 years because I was representative of the Canadian Holistic Nurse Association for my province, and I was going to the United States, I was going to Canada, I was going in churches, I was going to meet religious movements. I was doing it as a conference person. But the thing is that, when you actually have your show, you're going, that's a really different level. Let's talk about upgrade. You can talk about upgrade. When you think about that, it is a total experience that you cannot imagine because your platform is so large. When you talk to 300 people, but when you address 106,000 people and then another platform, as many people, the thing is that it is completely different. So your life is absolutely enlightened. Everything changes. Everything changes. The thing is that, and when you think about and being mentored by you, it is absolutely wonderful. And with the USA Global TV and Radio family, because we are not a team, we are a family, because we really help one another, which is absolutely wonderful. So the thing is that, it takes us to a level that we do not understand unless we are walking the walk. We have to do the work to understand how we actually can benefit from having a show or being a guest on the shows. We have to understand what it is to have a platform, to understand how many benefits we can have from it, because it gives us a voice and it makes us known in all countries in the world. So it gives us a lot more assurance. And we have you as mentor also.
Yes, you actually hit the nail on the head in so many ways because it's not as simple as people would think. You have to be prepared. You have to have confidence. You have to put whatever it is aside. And I mentioned that in the beginning, is that you've had a lot of things going on in your life and you'd never know. You don't show up wearing your heart on your sleeve and complaining. And just like my apartment's flooded and I have no heat and I am working in like a combat zone right now, we do what we have to do because that's what it takes. It doesn't matter because we have a job to do. So that expression, the show must go on, is really true. So, Reverend, I just want to close out with, you've given a great message as a Reverend, as a human being. What is your message for anyone who is out there who's thinking, I have a voice, I have something that I want to share? And there's many ways people can share their voice, but they don't feel confident or they live in fear. I've been working with some people who are in third world countries and they talk about the fact that they could be kidnapped. And there are all kinds of things that we don't even realize that are going on. But what would you share with someone who wants to express themselves in some way, but doesn't feel comfortable doing so because they don't have the confidence?
Well, I would tell them if they can, they can actually reach us at USA Global TV and Radio. And if it is something that USA Global TV and Radio is in accord with, they could have a show. They could even be a guest on the show. I could have someone as a guest because in Africa, many people actually speak French. So I could actually have a guest on my show also, so if it is a French person. I could actually direct them to you if they want to have a show. There is also, they could open a website. They can actually do like Justin. Justin has a foundation also. They can start a foundation, something that brings peace, that gives them a voice. They can do things like that, but they need mentorship. That is the first thing that you need is a leader that will help you. I am helped by you. But the thing is that they have to have someone that will lead them. They also have to know something, how to listen to people. They have to have a voice to know how to listen. You give courses of how to listen. Listen, not to answer. That is the way people have to be. And you are a person that actually teaches that skill. Listen without answering. So if they really want to know how to act, they can actually take your courses because your courses are great. If they actually want to have someone that listens to them without judgment, they can actually join me also. If they want to work with their journey on earth, they can join me for my programs, for my books also. But the thing that is important is that they cannot stay without expressing themselves because they will do like me. They will be the best secret, the best kept secret in town. And for 60 plus years, they will be there and they will stagnate. And as for my year, my 2025 year, I was ripped off of $200,000 in marketing from a false publisher. And you know what? The show must go on. I must go on. I'm going on. I'm keeping doing it. I still have hope. So the thing is that many things happen. So everything is a lesson. I'm working on it. I have no hate whatsoever. I have no time for hate. Because the time that you put on hate, you cannot put on your soul. So when you're giving hate to someone, you actually giving them your energy. So keep your energy. It's like heat, you see. We need it lately. So keep your energy, keep your heat. That is the way to go. So you can go, anyone can go on my website, Reverend Lydia Fougere. They can buy the Miracle Mist over there. They can buy my books over there. They can take an appointment with me and they can actually talk to me. It is easy. They can talk to me. They can write to me and I take appointments from my websites. But the important thing is that they have to have hope. They have to understand that it's not by being silent that they will get anywhere, because the only thing that they will get is frustration. Because when you feel someone listens to you, well, you have more ideas and you are more at peace. No rebellion. The only thing I have to say is do not rebel. If you are to march, march like Mother Teresa, march in peace. That is all. You do not attack, you march in peace. If they attack, you just back off, back off.
As we like to say, you don't step into the fire. You just because someone's behavior is one way, that doesn't mean we have to mirror them. We can always look for the path of peace.
Exactly.
Reverend Lydia, I want to thank you so much for celebrating. This is your second year with us, and I've seen tremendous growth from you. Absolutely amazing. And I just applaud you for everything that you do and are doing. And I'd love for you to just share with the audience as we close out your segment, anything that comes to mind that you'd like to leave people with today.
Well, they can actually call me. I am available. So they can call me as 1-514-582-6882. I did work as a registered nurse in ICU, emergency, psychiatry, neurosurgery. I was assistant head nurse. I understand a lot of things. I was also a person that was raped in my life. I understand that also. So the thing is that, and I have to underline that I am not a victim. I learned from the experience. So the thing is that I do not have any hate left in my heart. It is just erased. I am there to help others go through experiences. I help them go through experiences. And what I experienced in my life was things that actually are there for me to understand. I was 2 years bedridden. I was 2 years in a wheelchair. And the thing is that, I understand so many things. You have no idea, everyone, everything that I understand because I went through it and I won. I won because I did not go into hate state. That is how I call it, hate state. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. I'm really appreciative to have you in my life. We've had a lot of really intense conversations over the years too. And I just wish you the best in everything. And I hope that you stay warm. That's no joke, 2 feet of snow and 11 degrees below Fahrenheit. It's at 11 degrees below zero. That is pretty cold. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for our shows.
Yes, thank you. So goodbye. Thank you
Goodbye.
for having me.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, friends, please do reach out to Reverend Lydia. We have all of her information in the show notes. And now we're going to bring on a very special guest, someone who is experiencing much warmer temperatures, I hope. I had the pleasure of meeting this person last year in a spur of the moment opportunity that was presented to me to travel. And so if I can do something, the answer is yes. So I was asked to come to Greece. And I went to Greece and I met this amazing woman. Her name is Dr. Alkistis Agio, and she will be joining us from Saronida, Greece. What she's been able to do is take her mastery of Greek philosophy and her understanding of the human psyche, and she's been able to help multitudes of people across the world in so many ways. She's an author. She's a keynote speaker. She is a television presenter, and she is someone who has created the mastery of retreats. I want to welcome my dear friend, Dr. Alkistis Agio, to the program. Hello, thank you for joining us today.
Good evening. Good evening, wonderful friend Jacalyn, and to all our friends in US. I hope everyone's going to buckle down and go through this terrible storm that we're having in the States.
Yes, and you look so nice and warm there. I really admire that. I remember when we were in person not that long ago, just a couple of months ago, actually, and you were just talking about the whole atmosphere, the environment in Saronida and in Greece. And I know that you're an advocate for health and wellness, and what the lifestyle that you experience there is so conducive to a healthy lifestyle. So, Dr. Agio, I'm going to turn it over to you to share with our audience about how you help people and how people can work with you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Jacalyn. I really appreciate this platform, USA TV and radio, global TV and radio, that I can share my message of health, wellness, and joy, happiness. I know that sometimes when the times are tough, you sometimes are cynical towards the word joy. But no, it's actually possible to experience joy even in the most difficult times. It all begins with our narrative, Jacalyn. Our narrative, the story we tell ourselves. And, in the advanced countries, the modern economies, people are very complacent. They believe that they deserve some kind of services. They are, they have expectations, which, funnily enough, they say, when you want to hear God laugh, tell him about your plans. So, we have to become a little more relaxed about things. And as Mel Robbins says, let some things happen. Just let them. because when we're trying to control everything, we function from fear. It's okay to try to put order in your life, but you always have to become aware if fear is your motivator. You can do the same action, but with a different mindset. Okay. So you can be going to work, or you can be building your online business, or you can be doing whatever it is you want to do or are doing. And you can do it from a place of fear and anxiety, or you can do it from a place of groundedness, confidence, certainty. Now you might say, but yes, but sometimes the external factors are so overwhelmingly antagonistic and go against us. There's so many obstacles. And here comes Greek philosophy to understand that whatever you are going through, it's part of your own soul's odyssey, the odyssey for evolution and growth and moving more towards joy. So you can say that every obstacle that's in your path has been tailor made for you. Okay. Now, it's not something you can actually prove, but if you do go through your life with this inner narrative that, isn't that interesting? What's happening now? This has been tailor made for me. It's almost like we're walking through a dream, which we are co creating. And the hero or heroine always needs to have obstacles. It's part of the hero's journey. Okay. This is what the Greek myths are all about. But the obstacles you're facing, we can say that your psyche has created them so that you can evolve. Okay. You are like a diamond in the rough. And through this chiseling, through this contrast, you become more and more shiny, sparkling, bright. Okay. So we kind of have to welcome antagonism, welcome it. I believe the Buddhists say exactly the same thing. It's about what the Stoics say. What do the Stoics say? God, give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can change, and the wisdom to know the difference. Yes, Stoicism, a philosophy of over 2.5, 3,000 years. This is not some self-help fad or fashion or the latest celebrity, I don't know what, trend. This is a deep philosophy for mature people who want to live with the truth. Why? Because even in the Bible, it says, the truth shall set you free. The truth shall set you free, and you know it. So I want you to look at the thing that's bothering you right now. Okay. And usually we work with my workbook, From Fear to Freedom, from Amazon, a workbook you can download. And we work with your deepest fear and insecurity at the moment. You see, like Socrates, the ancient Greek philosopher, I believe that each person can overcome their own inner obstacles. And through my 3-step method, they can become their own psychotherapist, their own self-reflection. Okay, what do we go to the therapist for? To reflect our own thoughts, to ask us questions. The therapist is not there to give you answers. It's there to be a listening board and to ask you questions. Well, my method and my book do exactly the same thing because, let's face it, Jacalyn, not everybody can afford a therapist. Okay? So here in my workbook, which you can download for free from my website, you can go through my 3-step method that will help you to filter your thoughts. It will help you to create new narratives, to see your life from a new perspective, because it's all about perspective. What is keeping you miserable right now is a question of perspective. Change your perspective, change your life. I know it sounds simplistic, but try it. The problem with most people, Jacalyn, is that they lack imagination. They're not able to come up with other scenarios. Some people are, but you have to allow yourself some freedom in reimagining your life story. And unfortunately, there are many people, they cannot reimagine. They have this crazy fantasy, some Hollywood fantasy, but then actually a real alternative scenario, an alternative narrative, they have difficulty formulating. So through my three-step method, it helps you to create a new narrative for your life. It asks you three specific questions about the narrative that you currently hold that is holding you back. Because presently, you have a narrative that is holding you back. So again, I'm telling you, the outer obstacle is a projection tailor-made for your inner obstacle. You have attracted the exact problem tailor-made to your fear. It's brilliant. It's like this self-correcting simulation game that we are in. So rather than complain about your problem, go through my three-step method. Ask yourself, is the story I'm telling myself true? If I'm very honest with myself. You see, my dear Jacalyn, self-reflection requires brutal honesty. It's a cross-examination of yourself done lovingly, not critically, lovingly. In the same way you would take a child or a teenager who you greatly love, and when they are lying to you, you will, from a position of love and guardianship, this is how you must view yourself. Become your own inner guardian. Connect with your spiritual guardian, okay? Your soul, your angel, your own higher self, whatever you want to call it. The point is how to help yourself. Stop waiting for the guru to come up with the answer, the magic wand, the magic formula. This needs inner work, but the work becomes a pleasant hobby. You don't have to see it as work. It's like a hobby, like you play tennis. Begin to observe your self-restricting, belief system that is limiting you. And through my three-step method, through Greek philosophy, constant mindfulness and checking yourself. It's like checking in with yourself. Like a loving parent will check in every couple of hours and say, how are you doing? Are you okay? How are you feeling? What's going through your mind now? Is that true? So it's all about self-love, self-care, self-observation, leading to more joy and happiness. This is the purpose of my method, to transform, as the cover says, from fear to freedom. Okay? Rather than walking around. Yes, my dear. How do you find that?
Yes, I love everything that you shared, and what you've created is so compelling. And what you're doing, as I've mentioned, I've met with you in person. We had a great time the last time I saw you, singing Christmas carols and going through Greece. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's just an absolute pleasure. You look absolutely beautiful. And I look forward to our next conversation. All of your information for people, we've got your YouTube, your Facebook, your Instagram, and your website. And I encourage everyone to reach out to you.
I'm deeply appreciative of you, Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, and to the whole team of USA Global TV and Radio. Thank you,
my dear. See you again. Good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you, everyone. Please to reach out to Dr. Agios. She has a lot to offer. As I can tell you personally, she's an outstanding person, and I just love her as a human being. Okay, let's go on to our next guest, which is Mr. Red O'Loughlin. Red has been with me since the beginning. 4 years ago, he took this journey with me. Every Thursday, the man does 3 television shows back to back to back, as he likes to say. Where he gets the topics and the strength, I don't know, but I truly admire him. I've had the opportunity to meet him in person. He and his wife, absolutely beautiful people. What he's accomplished, what he does accomplish, takes the strength of 10 people, I tell you. He's helped me publish all of my books in some way or another, and he truly is like a rock. The man is always there. He always steps up. I never have to worry, is Red going to be here? He is the consummate gentleman and an ultimate human being. Let's welcome him to the show. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Dr. Jacalyn. You're starting to make me blush again. Anyway, but you do that often.
Well, I'm glad to see you. You're missing your number 4, so people know that you've been here 4 years. So, like I have 4, but that's okay. So
I guess some things just get missed.
Yeah, it's okay, but we're not worrying about that. We see that you're here. Red, please do take the next 15 minutes to tell people about what it is that you do here and when you're not here, and the value that you can bring to people, because you have a lot.
Well, on the USA Global TV and Radio Network, I do have 3 shows. The first one's a corner bookstore. Anybody who's an author, anyone who's involved in the book industry, publishing, editing, is certainly welcome to contact me, and we'll talk about getting you on the show. The next show is called The Wise Ones, and this is literally for any entrepreneur, business owner, retired leaders, military, civilian, government. It matters not, because we're looking at what are the life lessons that you've learned, the wisdom you've achieved over time, and what can you share with the audience so that you can pass that on to other people. The third show I do is called Talking Heads, and that's one where I talk about the things that I have passion about. Generally speaking, most of the time it's on health and wellness. Occasionally it'll be on other topics, but I tend to focus on longevity and age-related disease, and that's kind of where most of my passion is at. I'm a researcher. I research the human body at the cellular level, chemically speaking, biologically speaking. I look for cause and effect relationships. Treat a cause, fix a problem, treat symptoms, and you'll always be treating symptoms, and maybe the cause will continue to get worse. In a civilian job I had many, many years ago, more than 2 decades ago, I guess, I got involved with failure analysis. I was a reliability engineer many, many years ago, decades ago. And I do failure modes and effects analysis, and how do things fail, and what can you do to stop it, or what can you do to make the failure less intensive on the entire system. And then I got involved with a system called Taproot, where you say, okay, that failed. Why did it fail? Okay, well, why did that fail? And so you go on down, and you look at the people and the equipment and the training and the manuals, and you go down about 7 levels of why. Well, that was my job, and I was in the oil field industry. We were looking at the tools that you put downhole in a well, and the environment they live in is something that we test to 25,000 Gs, 3 different directions, 400 degrees Fahrenheit and above. 25,000 PSI was the one that was at 25,000, and I think it was like 25 Gs in up 3 directions. Been a while, and so I was pretty much accustomed to that. Sometimes I'm involved in, why did this thing not get to I send something to, say, Bangkok, Thailand, and we get there and be broken. Okay, fine. Why did it break? How did it break? So that philosophy has been part of my brain for a long time. My wife came down with breast cancer many years ago, I guess about 10 years now, a little over 10. And so my original degree, I have 5 degrees. My first degree was in chemistry. And so I started looking at, well, what causes cancer? What can I do about it? What can I do to help her? And so I started getting back involved in something I hadn't been in for quite a while. I got a degree in chemistry and then got an invitation to Vietnam and never really got a chance to practice it. So my primary focus was, now, what can I do to help my wife? And so we managed to tackle one side effect at a time and gradually got down to 1 or 2. And then I discovered that nutrition had such a major impact on chemotherapy and radiation therapy that it really convinced me that's the area I really want to go into. Because prior to that, I had been in motivation, inspirational speaking. I've been going around the country speaking with my mentor, selling my stuff at the back of the room. So I dive deep into what's going on in the human body, what chemical reactions are going on. Can you speed them up? Can you slow them down? Can you stop them? And so that really is my focus today. That's what I speak about, write about. I've authored 8 books. I publish books for other people. I published over 50 books for others. Dr. Jacalyn has quite a few of those. And so, but my publishing is rather unique. All I do is publish finished material. I am a book coach. I will bring on certain customers, but I only take on 1 or 2 a year, and that's about it. If you're interested, please contact me. But my focus is you give me a finished book, I will publish it for you, very low cost. You get an ebook, paperback book, an author account. I'll train you how to use it, and I give you back all your intellectual material and provide any assistance that you might need down the road. But my writing and my speaking, I write quite often. I got over 1,000 original content articles on LinkedIn, about 1,500 on my website. And the writing that I do is literally all health and wellness related. My focus is, I said earlier, longevity, age-related disease. That's where I want to be able to help people. So I can take something fairly complex, translate it into something that, okay, this is a little bit easier to understand. And I do it for a couple of reasons, but the primary one is awareness, because people believe what they want to believe, because that's all they know. We don't know what we don't know. So if all you know is XYZ, maybe you don't know the rest of the alphabet. So what I provide is awareness and education. Awareness, I think, is the first level. There is really something behind that. Okay, now you have a basis to talk to your doctor and say, hey, doc, what about this? Or go to your pharmacist and say, hey, can I do this and this and this, or whatever? But talk to a professional. So I'm providing that level of information where initially it's something you didn't know, and then from an educational perspective, a little bit better information. So I basically decision-making manuals for aging is kind of where I'm focused right now. But the beginning of this year, I decided that I wanted to write kind of a compilation. The last probably 2 months, I've been really focused on the hallmarks of aging, the hallmarks of health, but I haven't really delved into the hallmarks of disease, which we'll be doing here shortly. But I want to take all 3 of those and combine them into a new book that really talks about the real causes of aging. There's about a dozen of them. What causes us to be healthy, and they're not necessarily the opposite of the causes of aging. And then knowing the causes of disease. In reality, the initial pathways for diseases are very common. But once you start getting into a specific organ, the health, the heart, the kidney, they all vary a little bit, cancer, etc. So I want to look at those and put that into a book, and I've titled it Aging Sucks. I do not have a subtitle yet. I'll be doing a comparison study on social media here shortly. I also have, I've done 6 book covers and not pleased with a single one of them. I took a look at another 4 this morning, and I'm kind of encouraged by the designer I have there. At least they're not immediate no. The first 6 I looked at, no, I can't even put those on social media and say A or B, B or C, C or D, because they just didn't have any value to them. So anyway, this week I hope to be able to put at least an A and a B out there and try to get some feedback from my audience. I found a long time ago when I have a book cover, something I like is not necessarily something that attracts attention from a casual buyer. And the same thing with subtitles. The one I think, hey, this is really neat, is not necessarily something that captures the attention of other people. So I want to be able to do a comparison analysis on social media, people who would buy something. You say, I really like this one. And so if I have a whole bunch of A's and no B's, well, that's it. It's a winner. And the same thing with the subtitles. So those are the things I'll be doing here shortly. And about 10 days ago, I decided that I really need to get involved in the world of webinars. It's not something I've done. Well, I've done a lot of them, but not for money. Just been a guest on them or host them for free or whatever. So my focus now is, why not take some of this knowledge on aging, on health, on disease, on pain, on dementia, on heart failure, and start having, what I'm visioning is probably a 30-minute Zoom call with about 10 minutes of questions recorded. I don't have a price on that yet. I don't even have the titles, but I'm working on those. And those are the things that I want to be able to offer my audience that, when I'm on a show, I say, okay, fine, Tuesday at 11, whatever time it may happen to be, this is what's going on. If you want to join me, please click here. But that's another way that I can take the information that I have and provide a level of awareness, a level of education for those people who are truly interested in wanting to know a little bit more. And Dr. Jacalyn, I'm going to go back to you now.
Thank you, Red. That's outstanding. I'm so happy to hear about the webinar/seminar. That just brings a smile to my heart, because if anyone is deserving of it, it is you, with all the content that you shared. I also want to share with people who may or may not know that Red earned the Most Valuable Team Player Award for 2025. Red, congratulations. This is the highest honor that I give out. So you have earned it. And I just want to share, there were definitely people in the running with you. But the reason why I picked you is because of what I said in the beginning. You show up week after week after week. There's no complaining. There's no scrutinizing. There's just a man who is dedicated to his craft, and he knows what he's doing. The fact that you're a Toastmaster, that you have all the degrees that you have, it comes through because you are truly at the highest level of your professionalism. And the other thing that I love about you is you always want to learn. You are very receptive. When you and I start talking and I share ideas, you're always like, you know what, let me think about that. And you and I have had some amazing conversations over the years. So I just really appreciate your integrity, your willingness to be coached, and your willingness to take it up another level time after time.
Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Jacalyn. I learned something yesterday. I'll pass on right now, something simple. We have a vagus nerve that runs down our backbone, and it's operated in the parasympathetic system, but it's the primary contact between our brain and literally our body. And one of the things I was learning was the fact that we, New Year's resolutions, we have a lot of things we want to do, but we're operating from a very conscious perspective. And when we're in that, we're in our sympathetic nervous system, which is that fight or flight most of the time. But if you can get into that really relaxed state where you're in peace, you're happy, there's nothing out there conflicting, and you start trying to say, these are the goals that I need to achieve. Your success rate is significantly higher when you start thinking and planning and doing and using the parasympathetic. In other words, that vagus nerve, there's many, many ways to stimulate it. But if you're got something you've got to get done, whether it's short-term, long-term, that might be a way of having a higher level of success of just don't think about it, write it down, because you're in that constant fight or flight mode, even though you're not going anywhere, but the brain is operating there. So kind of calm the brain down a lot, really soothe it, get into that transition state where you're just, not mellow state 3, but certainly down there where you're not worried about anything. And then let the brain figure out how is it going to solve that problem for you. And I think that's something I started doing that already. And I noticed yesterday, whoa, that's kind of interesting. So it does work, and it does work relatively quickly on little things. So pass that on for what it may be worth.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Red. I really appreciate it. And we have shared your website and your LinkedIn. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing day in and day out. And thank you for taking the time on a Sunday to be here.
Absolutely. More than happy. Take care, Dr. Jacalyn. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye for now. Please do reach out to Red. All of his contact details are in the show notes wherever it is that you're watching. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the reunion show. As I've mentioned, there's a lot of noise in the background because I have industrial fans because my apartment was flooded last night. I have no heat. So if you hear noise, I apologize. My next guest is someone who has really touched my heart in so many ways. It's very rare that you get to meet someone who is going through a tremendous amount of struggle and yet puts that aside to help other people. I'm talking about Talia Smith. Talia was introduced to me by Ann Mejia, who was our first guest early this morning. And Talia comes to us with a journey that is really hard to comprehend unless you actually listen and follow along. So I'm just going to tee it up. Talia had a very productive and successful active life. She was an executive in a company. She was working out. She's married. Life was really great. And then something happened that happens to so many of us women and men as well. She got a urinary tract infection. And what happened after that actually dictated the rest of her life, how she went from being a healthy, happy, productive human being to being someone who almost died, who was in hospice and had been given her last rites. And today she's in palliative care. She's going to be joining us from her hospital bed. I actually got the pleasure of meeting her in person over the summer. And so she has a TV show called This Is Phlox. And she also is starting a new TV show, which is called Beyond Survival. Let's welcome our guest, Talia Smith, to the program. Hi, Talia.
Hi, thank you for the welcoming. I get a little emotional hearing it. You know, it's one thing, like it's my story, but when you hear someone else talk about it, there's something about it. So, you know, like Dr. Jacalyn said, I had a very successful career. I was very happy. I loved what I did. You know, if I could go back and do it now, I would, but I can't. And life took a turn that I would have never expected. And, you know, that's kind of my platform when, I'm out talking to other people. Don't think things can't happen to you. I was very active. I was healthy. I was the primary caretaker for my husband, who's a disabled veteran from the Marine Corps, for 10 years before I got sick. And, you know, I worked so many hours. My life was just my husband and work. I didn't have any time for anything else. And my husband would always say, you know, we're in big trouble if you ever get sick. And I'm like, why would I get sick? I'm in such good health. Like, look at me. You know, like I never thought that something like this could happen to me. And 10 years later, you know, after we got together, I'm in a wheelchair just like him. I was on hospice 5 years ago after taking ciprofloxacin and ended up, it was like a bomb went off in my body. And it's the worst possible nightmare for me or for anyone else that goes through something like that, and for anyone that goes through any traumatic experience. So, you know, when I started my advocacy, it was probably about 2 years after I got phloxed, because I physically could not speak the first couple of years. And you know, as my husband telling me, you need to get out there, you need to tell your story. You know, you have like the skills. And now that I'm doing it, I see what he's talking about. In my professional career, I was an organizer. I worked with senior leadership, directly with senior leadership. I presented to them all the time. And there's a special skill set that you get when you do that for so many decades. And I am seeing it come out in my advocacy and my work and my show. I just never connected the two together, like TV show and my career. I never thought that, you know, but it's true. There is a huge overlap. And I think, you know, that's why I have captured so many people, audience wise, is that I am able to like bridge the gap between all of the different areas that are in this mix: the medical system, the doctors, the people that are sick, people that aren't sick, that are just curious about the story. So I've been spending the last couple of years with all of my emphasis on fluoroquinolone toxicity. I, like Dr. Jacalyn said, I have the show This Is Phlox. I've had some really good people on my show. March will be my 1 year with the network. And I've also been doing some other things, like I was part of the project with the CDC to get codes for fluoroquinolone antibiotics approved. They're called ICD-10 codes, the first time in history. And like Dr. Pipa says, he's a huge doctor in the fluoroquinolone toxicity space, says it's the equivalent of man landing on the moon. And I feel like that's definitely the case, because it had been tried so many times but didn't happen. So now when someone goes to a doctor, they are able to be tagged with adverse effects of fluoroquinolone antibiotics to help us get the recognition we deserve, the metrics we deserve, and to try to take this change forward. So I've also been doing a lot of things like support groups. So I have a support group. I've also created a buddy program. This is so much work, but it's also things that I'm used to doing in my career. So I've just taken that, now that I understand the connection between the two, basically just be me in a different topic, right? It's no longer about this application that I'm managing or financial data. It's about my advocacy work. So I think that I'm doing a good job of mashing up the two together to try to have a successful platform. And, you know, as time has been going on, one of the things that Dr. Jacalyn pointed out to me, which I think is such a good idea, is I'm definitely the face of being flocks. Like, there's no doubt about it. I've been in People Magazine, Newsweek, magazines in China, other countries. And at some point, I don't want it to be just about fluoroquinolones, because I'm an advocate for so many other things, like giving people hope and helping people to carry on after they've had such traumatic experiences. I get hundreds of emails a day. It's no exaggeration of people saying, I can't live like this. And it's not just because they're flocks, they have cancer, whatever it may be. And so I realized that it's expanding beyond people that have fluoroquinolone toxicity. It's about telling people they still have light inside of them, that they can still fight, to not give up, and, you know, use me as an example. Like, I definitely should not be here. When you have your rights read to you by a priest, and hospice gives you maybe a month, you're not expecting to be sitting here telling this story today. So with that being said, in the effort of branching out, you know, I will have the second show called Beyond Survival, which is talking about just that. No matter what has happened to you in your life, floxed, whatever it may be, a car accident, you know, a traumatic, whatever it may be, that you can get past it and do more than just survive. So I use myself as an example, because for a long time, I was just surviving, and it's just breathing and saying, just make it to the next day. But now I can definitely say I'm doing more than surviving, right? I have a show. Who would think that someone like me, and I'm in my hospital bed right now. So in my mind, although I'm still sick and I still have so long to go and I have no idea what the outcome of my recovery is going to be, this is doing more than just breathing. So this is beyond survival. And these are the stories that I want, you know, my viewers and my new show to share, because other people that are struggling need to hear these stories, need to know that it's not always doom and gloom. When you look up any issue that you have and you go online, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm never going to make it. Look at all these horror stories. Well, Beyond Survival will be completely different, which will be people talking about their success stories, or I don't even know if success is the right word, but how they got past it and how they're trying to make a new life for themselves, which is what I'm trying to do too. And hopefully help people in a bad space do more than survive, do more than just breathe. So that's kind of my scoop, my spiel. I am so honored to be part of this network, and so honored that Dr. Jacalyn is not only like boss, but friend, and has offered a lot to me, more than beyond the show. So I just want to say thank you in the reunion show to everyone that supported me, who has been so kind to me, because I've never done a TV show before. I had no clue what I was doing. I just pretended I was like interviewing people, because I used to do that at work all the time. I interviewed people nonstop. So I'm like, okay, let's pretend I'm interviewing people for a job, kind of. And somehow that helped me out. But I just want to thank everybody that's given their advice. You know, I've been in Dr. Jacalyn's training sessions. I've learned a lot in those classes. And I think everything along the way has just, that she's done especially, has helped shape me and push me that I can do it. You know, the conversations that we had, Dr. Jacalyn, I don't know if I can do 2 shows. Tell you, yes, you can do 2 shows. You're going to tell yourself you can do 2 shows. She's doing to me what I'm doing to other people. I don't have anybody to do that for me except for Dr. Jacalyn. So I cry all the time. I just want to say how thankful I am to be here, to be alive, to be doing more than survival, and to be doing more than surviving, and to being part of this family, the USA Global TV and Radio Network.
Talia, that was so beautiful. I said to myself, I'm not going to cry because you and I have cried together.
All the time.
But for people out there, I said to Talia, I said, I see you as a keynote speaker. I see you on stage. I see you telling people your story in a way that gets someone else to get out of their bed, that gets someone else to get out of their head. And I know at first you were kind of like, but I really appreciate the fact that you considered it. And I said to you, I want you to have something positive to wake up for in the morning. So this show that you do, This Is Flux, it's huge. It's for so many other people as well. And people, as you mentioned, she has tens of thousands of people reaching out to her. Can you please help me? What should I do? And meanwhile, she's trying to help herself. So I said, I'd love for you to start a second show that is about something positive, that is about you and about you being in control of it. And so here we are. And so your show starts, I think it's this week, isn't it?
It's Friday. I have 2 shows this week, Tuesday and Friday. So yeah, I'm very excited. Very excited for my first guest too. And seriously, thank you for all the encouragement. And this definitely goes beyond more a show for me. Like when people say it's family, it sounds corny, but it's really not. Like our relationship will go beyond the show years after. Like for the rest of my life, when I tell the story of this era, you will always be part of my story in this network and everybody that's been part of it. So
and
I'm just very grateful.
We were brought together for a reason.
Yeah.
So Talia, we have all of your social medias. Let me pull them up. We have on the screen now your link tree for people who want to connect. What can people find here on your link tree?
Well, my link tree literally has everything. It has my next episodes coming up. It has all my social media platforms. It has my petition, Trisha's petition. It also, if you scroll down to the bottom, it's very long. It has all documents from the FDA, how to report adverse reactions. My interviews are on here. Like literally, this is like encyclopedia for me, is link trees. So if you need to find me on any social media, I also have a contact form, as you see. But as you get to the social media, I'm literally listing all the places you can find me on social media because I'm out there everywhere. And you just click on it and it takes you there. But
oh gosh, you could run a course on just how to do this because I have no idea all of this information here. This is outstanding.
Yep, my podcast, everything is here. So, because people are like, how can I hear more about your story? I just saw your video for the first time. Well, go to my link tree and watch this video. So it comes in handy.
I'll tell you what, you certainly have been very active in making things happen. So I really admire you. Seriously, I think of you all the time, as I've told you. And I'm so glad that we are brought together and that you are able to feel like this is empowering you and this is giving you a reason to get up in the morning and to do the good work that you're doing. So thank you, Talia. Wow, when did it stop? My God.
It stops there after my educational videos. Told you this a lot.
Well, good for you. What a resource you are. So if people want to get in touch with you, they can go to your link tree and we have it on the screen here for everyone who's watching. So Talia, thank you so much. You were definitely a blessing in my life and definitely a blessing on this network. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye.
Please do reach out to Talia. And, you know, as I mentioned, I did get to meet her in person. And, you know, sometimes we complain about the smallest things. Oh, this isn't working. That isn't working. You know what? She doesn't complain. She makes things happen. And not only does she make things happen, she helps other people all across the world. So whatever it is that you're dealing with, who can you help? Who can you extend a hand to and say, you know what? It's not about me. It's about you. Let's rise each other up. Let's celebrate one another. Okay, my next guest is actually setting the stage for new things here at USA Global TV and Radio. She has not one, but 2 languages that she communicates in. both English and in German. I had the pleasure of meeting this woman in person over the summer, and the work that she's doing after what she's been through, getting people to focus on their smile, because your smile is your key, is her tagline, is really tremendous. And so I've learned a lot from her as a creator and also as a human being, as a one woman to another, overcoming things in life. Renee is truly out there at the most professional level. She takes what she does extremely seriously, and she puts her heart and soul into everything that she does. She has a TV show here called Back to Paradise, and she's going to talk about that, and she's going to talk about more about your smile and about how we're showing up in the world and looking in a mirror as a reflection of not just ourselves, but the energy that we're putting out there. So let us welcome to the show Renee Iserman. It's how do you say Ambaris Iserman?
Renee, yes, Renee Ambaris Iserman.
Iserman, yeah. Thank you. Renee, it's so good to have you here. It was so good to give you a hug, and we signed our books for each other, and I really will always remember that. And I always remember your smile because you're always so happy, and you have this positive, as you would say, radiant greetings to you. You have this radiant energy that comes through. So please tell our audience a little bit about the work that you're doing and how you can help other people.
So welcome, and your smile is your key. And I will really go with this topic. Imagine I was never the girl that was smiling, and I was never the pretty one when I grew up. So that is a huge pain point in my life. And so I always wanted to be also pretty and just like fitting in. And I had to learn how to connect really to my body system. Your body is your best friend. It's not your enemy. And I want to give you this key also, because the keys, they are really making a shift. They are the unicorns, and you don't need money for it. So I was not smiling. I was having an accident. So I was biting in the border, and I was cutting my teeth. And maybe you have also problems with your teeth or whatever's coming up. So I want to give you hope. To the dentist is one part, but how you are embracing and how you connect is your story you can create. And your body is your best friend. I can't put this up. So your body is your best friend, and your body reads your body language every single second. So I was 22 years a professional athlete, so I have a lot of experience when it comes to the body. But here again, even when it comes to sickness, or you have pain, or you want to accomplish a goal, whatever, your smile is your key. Why is this? This is like a vessel for the rainbow. For the rainbow magic, when you are connected to the soul essence you are. You are here with a purpose. You are here to embrace, to inspire people. And we really have to learn, and this is what I was accomplished the last 51 years. We have to connect to our sources. We have to connect to our soul. And then the radiance becomes in a different way. And I know when you are in the fog and when life is falling apart. And maybe you have the feeling you lose everything. So first of all, you are here, you can touch yourself. You are here in the present moment. And this is where the shift is starting. So all the beauty industry that is suggestion, Botox, surgery, and all the stuff because we have to perform. I said, no, just like you don't want to numb yourself. You don't want to numb yourself. You want to be aware. You want to be present in the moment. And this is a muscle. You have 43 muscles in your face you can train. And by the way, my show is coming later, but today in German, there's one thing I can't train. I've gone on my Facebook. I do this every single day and encourage you. You take a pen. Do we have music? No. So you take a pen and you put the pen between your teeth. So I hope you sit straight. And now, get your finger. Let's just follow. Relax the tongue. Swallow. Take the pen out. And now, close your eyes and give your body the chance to connect and to talk to you. Close your eyes. Feel the feet on the ground. Feel your sit bones. And feel the crown on your head. And just like be aware. How does it feel in your body now? How much space do you have? And get connected to your forehead. Is your forehead relaxed? How does your eyes are feeling? What about your cheeks? Maybe they are a little bit more active. And can you feel the corner of your mouth? Relax your tongue and just like be aware what your face is feeling and speaking now without words. And then feel your feet on the ground, your sit bones, your crown on your head. Come back, next inhalation, and give yourself a hug. And the other side also. And I'm looking forward. Please drop comments and engage and spread and try. And this is when you just want to make a shift, an energy shift, 60 seconds every single day. And I believe we will change the world with our smiles when we start first connect with ourselves and with our essence. And I also think peace is starting here in front of your mirror. And we can help others, but first go and help yourself. And this is what they are teaching us even when you go on the airplane. So you have to take first the oxygen for yourself, and then you can spread. And this is the one thing before you left in the morning, you're home. Please encourage yourself to get your best smile on, and then you become the real inspiration and you make a shift because your face is speaking without words. Your body is speaking without words. So Yoga for Face is my method. I developed like 35 years from head to toe. And I know how to rebuild because when I was 31, I was so in pain, I was not able to walk pain-free. 9 years ago, my face was so destroyed and I was thinking, I don't want to have Botox and surgery. So 51, I can teach you how you can rebuild that. So I give you 4 easy steps for your daily life. This is the magic step. And I want to have 1 million smiles this year. And I wanted to start the revolution with your smile. So please come, join, make a difference. Take a picture, share it on social media, join and connect. So we have to understand that this is not only the smile, it's not about the fake smile, it's about real connected to yourself and to your body system and make a difference. And then all the heaven, the miracles, everything can showing up because you are in alignment and you are open to receive. And you speak without words. And the word language is my word, smile. So everybody knows that. And it's open. I'm right now in Mexico. So I was having a long travel and it was magic how things, even if you don't speak Spanish, I have to work on. So that's going to be the next language, is everybody is understanding that. So whatever you do, that's my suggestion. then heaven can open up. And by the way, this looks much more sexy and beautiful. And if you see yourself in the mirror and your corner of your mouth are not up, they are down, we have to talk. And this is one of the steps that cost no money.
Renee, thank you so much. You have a beautiful tan, by the way. As you know, we're freezing here at the East Coast of the United States, and I really admire the fact that you just bring this joy and this lightness to everything that you do. And your show will be streaming live in just about an hour and 15 minutes. So I hope people will come back. And by the way, as I mentioned at the top of the intro to you, you're doing your show in English and in German. So you're helping us reach a whole new audience. And I really want to thank you for doing that, Renee.
I'm back.
Oh, I didn't know you were gone. I said, I want to thank you for doing your show in English and in German. You opened up a whole new audience of people who are getting information and inspiration about what you're doing with Yoga for Face.
Yeah, it's just like you can restore it. You can go on my website, you see my pictures, you see the pictures from my clients, and it's just like, really, we have to understand numbing ourselves. Whatever you put in your body that is not nature is taking you away from that everything can really be in alignment for you. And specific, I'm having Yoga for Face because I lost my kids. So I have 3 kids. I always wanted to be a mom. So I'm giving now my wisdom to everybody else outside. And Botox it's numbing yourself. And the question, if you think you have to do that, and I was close to, I want to bring it. I'm the example for whatever you don't like in your body system. You have to understand that this is your signature key, and I can teach you how you make this to your best topic, so that you don't want to look like the others. So you want to be a unique piece. So. This is not, you don't want to look like the neighbors. You want to look like you. You want to speak in your language and your sense. So, and your body is your best friend. And here, your body speaks without words. So we have to learn to clean up all the plaque or the programs. They are not ours. They are not helping us. So you are here for a specific purpose. So let's shine and bring it out. Your world needs your wisdom. So, and if you hold back, if you feel not pretty enough or whatever, doubting yourself, no, we have to talk. So yoga means unfold your uniqueness in every single way of your being. And I take you 4 steps for the daily life that make that happen.
And Renee's website is here on the screen. So please do go and contact her. Please do show up in a little more than an hour and 15 minutes for her next episode. Is today in German or English?
Today is in German. If you want to start with my 4 exercises, they're also on the website. And the music we will listen to also. So 1 million smiles, 1 million trees. I want to build paradise in a really deep physical way. And I hope that I was reaching you and that you come and become a part of this revolution.
Thank you, Renee. I'm part of it, and I really appreciate you. I look forward to seeing you shortly. Thanks for taking the time for being here today. Bye for now. Please do contact Renee. As I mentioned, all of her information is in the show notes. Our next guest is joining us from the West Coast of the United States. And this person has really touched my life in so many ways. She is an author. She is a business person, but she's really someone who has lived through some things that maybe we've lived through once, but she's lived through it 4 times. Her name is Tracy Cram Perkins, and she is a 4-time caregiving survivor, taking care of family members who have dementia. My mother had dementia, and when I tell you it is not an easy thing, and to imagine doing it 3 more times, I cannot even go there. Tracy was so helpful, not only her book, but her taking the time to talk to me and also to other family members about what we were going through and put things in perspective, because I know for myself, I really beat myself up a lot. It's very hard to know what to do when you're taking care of someone, because there's a tremendous amount of guilt. Tracy has put together a book that has sold thousands and thousands of copies. The last time I heard it was 17,000. I don't know how many it is now, but she's been here since the beginning. She has a show called Dementia Home Care, and she's with us now, joining us from the great state of Washington. Welcome, Tracy Fran Perkins. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Jacalyn. It's exciting to see you again so quickly.
I know. I love it. How are things there in the state of Washington?
Frozen, but we're good.
Yeah, very good. That's great. Well, Tracy, the work that you've done and that you continue to do, you've branched out in so many ways, by the way, since just coming to do the show. You've done a number of things, which I hope you'll talk about. And we do have a video clip that we're going to share. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can just tell me when to run the video.
Okay, I'll make this real quick because the video is about 12 minutes long. I have had some really wonderful things happen for me as a result of caring for my family. As Dr. Jacalyn mentioned, I did get to write a book. I will hold it up right here if you can see it. Dementia Home Care. It is a toolbox. One of the things that I am trying to do is get this information out to hardware stores so that people that are in underserved areas can learn how to make their home more dementia friendly and make it easier to care for themselves with simple fixes in the hardware store. So I'm putting together a program that's called Hardware for Soft Care, and we are working on getting the filming done so we can get this out into the public. I've also had the tremendous opportunity of teaching classes around the country and online, and of course, thanks to Dr. Jacalyn, I have been with the station for 4 years now. It has been such an incredible journey. It has opened so many doors for me that I would have never expected. I ended up having been featured on an article on AARP's website, in Brain and Life magazine. These are things I would never have expected, and it all became possible because of being here at USA Global TV and Radio. So Dr. Jacalyn, I want to thank you for that very much. And since I don't want to run over, if we could just take it away to the video, please. Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us. And
Okay, let's see what happened. Live TV, right? We only had this planned for however long. Uninspected error. Okay. Well, let's keep talking while I try to redo this. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Well, if this doesn't come on, I was trying to give a gift to everyone because we don't always know how to talk to people who are the next generation above us. And most of us, the generational pain, it's easier when you have a separation. Like, okay, if you've got your parents and you have children, it's easier for your children to talk to your parents than it is for you. And so I wanted to talk about senior planning, and as a result of that, talk about how we can overcome that gap in getting the information to help them or guide them through planning. Because a lot of people keep putting it off and don't want to plan for the future because it's very scary. And that's not just for people that have dementia, but for all aspects of life. And unless there's something going on, we are not going to live forever. I mean, and I don't want something unexpected to happen. And then as someone who was left behind multiple times, only one set of family members had a will and documentation. But when my mom had it all filled out, my dad got Alzheimer's disease. He did not remember they had it, and we had to guess. And then we found out we guessed wrong after we found the paperwork 4 years later. So it's not necessarily something that it's easy to talk about, but let's just talk about it a little bit right now. One of the really difficult parts of this is getting past our ability to communicate with someone because we tend to be in a hurry. All of my co-hosts that have been talking to you beforehand are talking about we've listened to people. If you listened to Red earlier, it's about being an ability to listen and to talk and to hear. And one of the things that we have a difficult time doing is cross that emotional bridge to care for our loved one. So in order to talk to them, we need to be able to
Hi,
listen
everyone,
to them. And thank you for joining us and welcome as we
Okay.
continue our 4-year celebration on air with our reunion show here at USA Global TV and Radio. I am honored to share the stage with my fellow hosts who bring you wonderful shows you won't see anywhere else. My name is Tracy Cram Perkins, and I am the host of the Dementia Home Care Show here on USA Global TV and author of the book by the same name. I am a 4-time dementia caregiving survivor, and today I want to share with you how to have conversations with your loved ones about future planning. So let's get started. My favorite quote for this subject: you treat a disease, you win, you lose. You treat a person, I guarantee you, you'll win no matter what the outcome. Patch Adams. All right, so we're having conversations today about talking to seniors about future planning. So this is how it usually happens. This happens to be someone who was one of my readers, and she happened to comment on one of my posts. She said that she's reading my book, and the chapter on What If I Die First was an eye-opener for her after she was hospitalized for 10 days with a pulmonary embolism. And she said now she's motivated to protect her husband and make more lists and do whatever it takes if she precedes him. So let's talk about a little bit about future planning because we don't want that happening to us. All right. First of all, things we want to consider: a contingency starter plan. That's like what happens if you have who do you contact? Where do you start? What do you begin with? A one-time emergency plan. This is like if you get trapped because of a weather event, you get trapped because of traffic, something prevents you from being there with a loved one if you are caring for someone else. Continuing crisis situation. This can happen if you are a caregiver or you're taking care of a family member or your parents are caring for somebody and let's say they're caring for their spouse and one of them breaks a leg because of a fall, and then they're going to be in the hospital and then recovering for several weeks. What do you do in that event? Also, what do you do in the event that you die first if you're caring for someone else? So with that in mind, let's look at what happens with the seniors. Every day they're experiencing staggering new losses, whether it's strength, health, peers, because we can't replace the friends that we've had for 40, 50 years, sometimes longer if we're talking about our parents. Authority. They no longer count in society. Consider how we treat our seniors. It's important that they are able to maintain their control in end-of-life planning, because if we're working to assist them while not creating a false sense of security, they're more likely to trust us and allow us to help them or encourage them or get the help that they need. All righty. So what typically happens is someone like me might say, Mom, have you given any more thought to end-of-life planning, or whatever the topic du jour is? And it could be my mom says nothing because she doesn't want to talk about it right now and the conversation trails off. She just avoids the question entirely. How do we work around this? And by the way, I want to give a shout out to the book, How to Say It to Seniors, because this is where I learned this information from. All right, here we go. Understand that from your loved one's perspective, their lack of urgency could be that you are taking away their control. They feel that you're hijacking their agency and you are not going to honor what they need. They might perceive it as your agenda, not theirs. From their lived perspective, and if we all live long enough, we all find this is true. In the end, life always has a way of working out. So they may also have many other caregiving duties on their plate if they're taking care of a loved one who is ill or dying or has dementia, that they don't have enough mental real estate to take care of whatever it is. Or what if it's a person who has a developmentally disabled adult child? It's the same thing. They're in their 70s, they're in their 80s, they're caring for their son or daughter who can't necessarily take care of themselves. They don't have a lot of energy to spare. This is my favorite quote. Listen, or thy tongue will keep thee deaf. Okay, so let's learn how to talk to our elders and what is important to them. Really and truly, it's us understanding the values of their nonlinear conversations, because of course I can really say that. It may not be dementia. It could be that they are expressing their values in the details. And you may have noticed this at family gatherings, at holidays. Uncle Bob starts telling the story and it goes to 92 different directions. And what he's really expressing is his value in hard work, his appreciation for what he learned, and the things that are important to him, which is what he's expressing. Because usually what happens is we'll be sitting at the table, Uncle Bob starts that story, and one of us is so tired of hearing the story, we cut him off. We just give the end of it. Oh, yeah, 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 we heard that one, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's not what's needed here. We need to be able to listen to hear what they are actually telling us. All right. What is important to them? We have to allow them to maintain their own control. Again, if we hijack their agency and don't allow them to do it in a mode that they're going to fight you. They're going to tell you no, they're just going to ignore you. They're not going to do what you're asking them to do. So it's important that we honor them. All right. Asking the right questions from their perspective. You have to understand that most of the people over age 60 have grown up communally, that we've grown up in an era where people talked to each other, where they sat down and chatted and had long conversations. They might have had a free-range childhood. They didn't spend a lot of time being rushed. And as we get older, we slow down. So it's important that we ask them questions to find out what's important to them at their pace. So asking an open-ended questions like, what are your thoughts on this about long-term planning? When you're also asking this, what are you saying? Are you referring to why? Probing questions like, why do you think that happened? Or summarizing questions like, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying this, and insert whatever it is that you think you're hearing, because what they may be saying and what we may be hearing may not be the same thing. And this gives the opportunity to delve deeper into that so that they understand that we actively are listening to them. And it's really important to have reflective questions like, it sounds to me like you're feeling frustrated, or it sounds to me like I'm not hitting this on the head. Can you just help me understand where I'm going wrong? So let's look a little deeper into this. Body language is hugely important. Body language matters when you're having a conversation with somebody. Listen for active, repeated patterns in the story where they're repeating something over and over again. Express empathy towards their need for control and legacy, but don't force them to go faster. Make sure that when you have this conversation with somebody, you have the time to sit down for a couple of hours and go over this and chat about it. And you may need to do this more than once to finally get to the root of the issue. It could be that they want to do something, but they're too embarrassed to tell you what it is, or they don't think they can trust you with it. It's important that we find out and build the trust so that we can help them with their future planning. Understanding their needs will allow us to guide them through end-of-life planning. All right. Here's another thing that might happen. You say, I get the sense you're overwhelmed with the idea of end-of-life planning. I'd like to hear your ideas for, in this case, maybe it's mom taking care of dad, for dad in case you fall and end up in the hospital. What makes it difficult for you to list anybody who can provide substitute care while dad heals? Can you list anyone who can provide transportation for dad, or let's say it's an adult child that they're taking care of, that adult child? Make it so that it's towards whatever the situation is for your family members, and make sure that you write these things down and take notes. It's important that we take notes, that we're actively listening, that we're paying attention, and then we definitely want to review with them to make sure that we are on the same page. Now, if your loved one takes an extended pause after you've asked a question, you might be being blessed with witnessing a life in review moment. Allow them the time to reflect, because when they speak again, however they answer might surprise you because it's probably not what you're expecting. If your loved one is over the age of 60 and they thank you for your help, and you truly want to connect with them and make them feel heard, be welcoming. Use the magic words, "You're welcome." You have no idea if you say "of course" to them that you are diminishing them or othering them. So please, please be welcoming. Now, I have a couple of gifts for all of you, and I want to thank you for your time and attention. On my resources page at tracycramperkins.com, I have two things for you. Under useful forms, you'll find my behavior trigger list. This is a wonderful tool when you are trying to figure out what's going on with your loved one who has dementia. What it could be helping you discover whether it is something that's a noise, it could be a temperature issue, it could be something with the lighting, it could be reflection or glare. What this tool does, it allows you to investigate and figure out what it is, and then it gives you a place to record the things where you can redirect or distract your loved one so that you now have a respite tool that you can hand off to somebody else so that they aren't scrambling to figure out why your loved one is doing the things they're doing or melting down. They can pull out that tool, go, "Oh my God, I did this. I shouldn't have done it. We can fix it by getting a bowl of ice cream," or whatever it is that calms your loved one down. Also, if you're interested, if you sign up for my newsletter, I am offering 10 steps to calming aggressive dementia behavior free immediately upon your subscription. So I want to thank you very much for your time and attention. And I also want to let you know that the Dementia Home Care Show airs on the third Tuesday of the month at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. You can view past episodes on YouTube at USA Global TV Playlist and also at Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck Playlist. So thank you again for your time and attention, and I'll be turning it back over to you, Dr. Jacalyn.
Tracy, what an outstanding presentation. I was just texting when I first saw it. I was like, how did she do this? It's unbelievable. Super professional. Looks like you had a team of 20 help you put that together.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Not only was the content fantastic, but just the whole format. I really loved it.
I'll send you the cheat sheet behind it later.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So just as we close out your segment, I think it's so important for people to know that when you are a caregiver, it does feel like you're isolated and you're alone, but you're actually not. So not sure what's going on here. You're actually not alone. You actually have a whole community of people that you have brought together to make it that it's okay to talk about this kind of thing, as opposed to, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't take it anymore. You know, it's you've given being a caregiver a place of humanity. That's what I would say. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not a journey that should be taken alone. And when I talked about being we're raised communally, I think that's the biggest part we're missing right now is people are forgetting our courtesy to each other and the bond that creates, because having those lifelong bonds and having somebody to rely on, it makes such a huge difference, and it lifts your spirit, and we can express joy. We can have fun. We don't get to, a lot of people don't give themselves permission to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's very true. Well, I've said this before and I'll say it again. You helped me so much with my mother, and I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for your support and your understanding, your perspective, having gone through it yourself 4 times at the same time that you're working. I mean, it's incredible. And I'm so happy to hear about this new program. What is it?
Hardware for soft care.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll have more on it when I get a little closer, when it's actually starting to take place, because I'm just now starting to write the scripts and the storyboarding. So I'll be filming, hopefully, fingers are crossed, in either March or April. And I just got my grant for the filming. So it's moving forward. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
How many copies of your book have you sold so far?
Oh, we've sold over 18,000 copies.
Yay.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That is huge. Well, I want to thank you for being here, and and I know you came in early, you were watching the other episodes, so I really appreciate it. Thank you for putting that presentation together. That's outstanding.
Well, thank you. I just want to make sure I could get it out there so I wouldn't forget anything.
Yeah, no, it was very well done. And for people who want to purchase your book, where do they go?
Okay, my book is available in wide release, so you can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart, and your favorite independent bookseller.
All right, and we also have here your website. All right, so people can go to Tracy Cram Perkins and they can find out everything they need to know. And is your download, your freebie, is this on here?
Yes, if you scroll down just a little bit, you see where it says sign up. You can also hit the resources where it says resources. That's where the freebie you can get, and then sign up for the 10 steps of for calming aggressive dementia behavior. Really important tools.
That's a must-have, by the way. Anyone who's doing caregiving, you've got to get that for sure. All right, Tracy, I want to thank you so much for taking the time. It's always good to see you, and I hope you have a beautiful and safe rest of your day.
Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn, and congratulations again on 4 years.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye for now.
Bye.
Please do contact Tracy. Also, my sister and I each have a copy of Tracy's book. Please go and get your own copy. I'm telling you, it is the Bible and handbook that you really need so that you can still take care of your loved one and take care of yourself. It is a very kind of tiptoe journey, but reading Tracy's books, you get a lot of good skills. So thank you, Tracy. Okay, our next guest has been with us and been with me since the very beginning. And she has actually been promoted to the role of producer, where she is not only producing her own show, which is Intentional Productivity Tips, but she's also producing other people's shows as well. So imagine that journey without experience in television, and then to go from being a TV show host to being a producer, not just of your own content, but good enough to be producing other people's content. That really says something. Megan Sandwick is the productivity queen, the queen of productivity, all things that she helps you look at your life and get things organized so that you have more time for yourself. And over the years, she's given me so many tips of how I could manage what I'm doing better. And that's what you really need. You need someone who's a strategic productivity coach to help you get everything in alignment so you realize what can you delegate and what do you really need to do for yourself. Let's welcome to the program my friend, our producer and TV show host, Megan Sandwick. Hello, Megan.
Hello, Dr. Jacalyn. A little whoops just a minute ago, but hello.
Hello. How are you today?
Great. Happy 4th anniversary to you.
Thank you. So tell our friends, where in the world are you today and what's your weather like?
Well, it is cold. I am on Cobb Mountain. I am in Kelseyville, Lake County, California. I am in the small part of California where it is sunny, but it is super cold. It was like 32 degrees last night, and it is not too, I know that it's not as cold as some of you, but so fortunately we have snow or we have sun, but it is cold. How about you?
Well, it's freezing here, and I keep looking around because I keep hearing noises, and my apartment was flooded last night, year 2. So I know, can you believe it? So we've got.
Wait, isn't this a deja vu? Didn't we just talk about this last year at this time?
We did, same time. So I've got like 25 industrial fans. I've moved the green screen into the kitchen. I have to be really careful because there's sprinklers in the ceiling, and I'm wearing a coat because I have no heat. But as they say, the show must go on. So.
Definitely. That is when layers and layers and layers is always a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But I know you're going to heat things up by talking about what it is that you do, because what we all have in common is time, and how we manage that time really says a lot. So why don't you take it away? And I know you can do your own production while you're here, and I'll watch. So here you go.
Okay, so I am Megan. I am the host, as Dr. Jacalyn mentioned, of Intentional Productivity Tips. And I am so excited to be here on the 4th birthday, which, by the way, Dr. Jacalyn, I did look, and it is fruit or flowers that we should be getting for this year. So anyways, just wanted to be sure to point that out. But anyway, so I am the host of Intentional Productivity Tips on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific. And so I want to talk a little bit today about what is productivity tips. And more important, what do I mean by intentional productivity? Because there are sometimes when you put the word intentional with productivity where people kind of come away with some interesting responses. There's sometimes when people are like, oh, that sounds hoochie-boochie. And I'm like, it is. And people are like, oh, that sounds too much work. And I'm like, it is. And people are like, not sure about that. And that's when I say intentional productivity is such a great thing, because what it is it's us taking control of our productivity. So today I'm going to explain a little bit about intentional productivity tips. And then as a precursor to this Thursday's show, we're going to have a little bit of a productivity scavenger hunt. Good news, you do not need to move. It will be pretty quick and you're going to gather some information about productivity. But first, so that's why we're talking today about productivity, but make it intentional. And let's find our productivity. So what is intentional productivity and why do I spend weeks every week blathering on about it? Because I love it is one reason. And the second reason is because it makes a difference in people's lives. And what I'm here to do is help you live your best life so that you are working smarter and not harder, and you can enjoy all the things you've worked so hard to get. So productivity isn't just tools or systems. It's your mind, your habits, your processes, and automations working together. When your mind is prepared, every action is purposeful. So what we want to think about is intentional productivity isn't about doing more. It's about creating space to do your best work and be present while you're doing it. And that's something I really wanted to focus on a little bit today, about the why. Why do I spend so much effort and energy talking about it? It's because if we set up our productivity and our systems, habits, and actions and processes around us, then we can truly embrace and enjoy the moment and be present and do our best work. And that's our goal. What we want to think about is intentional productivity encompasses 5 basic ideas. It's your systems, your habits, your processes, your automations, and your mindset. When I talk about that, sometimes people are like, what do you mean about that, Megan? What does all of that mean? And what I want us to think about is what does it mean when I talk about our systems, habits, processes, mindset, and automations? So this is where we are going to have a quick scavenger hunt. I have some questions for you. I have about 6 questions for you to be able to ask yourself. I'm going to ask you if you know where to find this. Again, you do not need to move. This is going to be very quick. I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to ask yourself if you have the answer. If you do, yay. If not, we'll talk about it on the other side. So let's get started with our productivity scavenger hunt. So a couple questions. Let's get started with your daily process. Here's my question for you. Do you have a daily process that helps you check and close out what needs your attention, your inboxes, your mindsets, your messages, your tools? First question, do you have a daily process where you go to get all of your stuff and things and know that everything has been touched? Yes, no, maybe so. All right. Second question, relating to your priorities and goals. Where do you track the goals or priorities you're working on right now? Personal, financial, creative, family, and otherwise. Where do you track all of your goals and priorities? Do you know? If I asked you to go look for it, could you? I'm not, but if I did, could you? All right, let's move to our third, renewals and ongoing commitments. And this is something that we know is happening more and more, right? How do you know what subscriptions, memberships, or renewals are coming up? How do you know that I don't want to pay for me, for example, I'm going to step out really quickly. For me, depending on the NASCAR season is depending on what TV subscriptions I have. There's part of the year I have to have Hulu. There's part of the year I have to have Sling. So it's one of those things where how do you track that? For me, obviously it's because of NASCAR season, but what else other tools and ways do we need to know when we need to be aware of our renewals and subscriptions? Next, manual versus automatic. What is something that you have to remember to do manually and check manually that you could automate? 5, mindset check. When you think about your productivity, does it feel supportive or does it feel kind of heavy? Is it overwhelming to think of all the things? And last, this is the to me mind from me question. If someone asked you today about your how your productivity works, could you explain it clearly? So with our scavenger hunt, what our goal has been is to think and for me to ask you questions about some of your productivity habits, systems, processes, automations, and mindset. And what I want to do for just a second is for us to talk a little bit about what I mean, because my goal is to make this accessible, right? It's to make productivity something we think about. To give you a tip you could take to your to-do list today. So let's look at it. Connecting with intentional productivity means being intentional about your habits. How do you show up? What are your daily processes? What processes or habits do you need monthly, weekly, yearly, right? We just started a new year. Did you start a new calendar? That's a habit, right? Then we want to think about our systems. That's where information, goals, and priorities live, right? Our systems are what sustains us. How do I know what goals I want to work on if I need to update them, right? Our processes, how reoccurring things are handled. Again, like renewals, reviews, situations, birthdays, right? Processes. How do we shop for Christmas? I have friends that have a lot of kids, so they start shopping for Christmas earlier in the year. You know, when you think about it, what are those processes we have? Then in the year of our Lord 2026, automations, right? What happens without your having to remember? There are so many productivity automations we can have, right? It's a little bit overwhelming, but they're useful and they are supportive. And then mindset, how productivity feels, not just how it functions. When we think about it, right, what we're wanting to do is my goal with intentional productivity tips and with the scavenger hunt is for you to be intentional, right? Most of us don't have a productivity problem. We have an awareness gap. So that's what intentional productivity tips is about. Each week we look at how you can take control of your time, how you can take control of your mind, your habits, processes, systems, and automations. So my goal for you, just like every week, and I will tell you this next week, we are going to expand. So this next Thursday, 2 p.m. Pacific, if you want to join our show, what we're going to be talking about is a scavenger hunt. But what I would like for you to do right now is to think about what is one action, right? So I just talked about your systems, habits, process, automations, and mindset. What I would like for you to think about is what is one habit? What is one thing? What is one action you can take? This is not about working harder. It's about setting things up so your life feels lighter. So that's why I spend so much effort, time, and energy talking about intentional productivity tips, because the reality is when our systems support us, our mind is free to be present. And isn't that what we're looking for? We've worked hard for these lives we've got. Let's be present and enjoy them. And let's set up our systems, habits, processes to help support that. So, as I mentioned, this Tuesday, we are going to be continuing with further productivity scavenger hunt so that you can connect with your intentional productivity. I want to thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. I am so excited for this 4-year anniversary birthday celebration. I say let's call it all of the things so we can have as many celebrations as possible. My action step for all of you is to let's connect. You can check me out on Instagram. I am at Intentional Productivity Tips, or you can email me at hey@productivitymegan if you have any questions. I am always around to be here. Now back to you, Dr. Jacalyn.
Thank you so much, Megan. Excellent presentation. I love the scavenger hunt, very creative. And also, congratulations on being a top 10 TV show host. You've been in the top 10 many times. So well done.
I appreciate that. It's very cool.
Yeah, it is very cool. We do have your contact details. So for people who are these correct, by the way? They're run together a little bit. Okay.
Yep.
So for people who are not able to see the banner, what is the best way for people to get in touch with you?
Check out my Instagram, Intentional Productivity Tips, or you can email me at either hey@ or megan@productivity.megan. So you can email me at megan@productivity.megan or at hey@productivity.megan. And I have a new website that will be coming very soon.
That's exciting. And we've got your Instagram. So let's bring that up right now. Here we go. Intentional productivity tips. So people can go ahead and follow you here, because if we're not being productive, we're just wasting time, right?
Absolutely. And I will say one of the things this last holiday season, I did a series on it was a sloth productivity holiday series. We did our productivity sloth holidays, because when you think about it, you actually can learn a lot from sloths. And so it is fun. So check out Intentional Productivity Tips on Instagram, because there are going to be interesting tips and suggestions. And again, my goal is for everything to be accessible and actionable, so people can say, here's one thing I can do right now to take control of my time. It doesn't have to be huge. It can be this one thing right now.
Yeah, and that gives us confidence and self-esteem. So thank you very much. And congratulations on your production skills and being able to produce other people's shows as well. That's a huge yay, well done, because not everybody gets that opportunity here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Megan. We're going to go on to our last guest. Bye for now. Stay warm. Kimberly Schaefer is not with us. I don't know where she is, but we're going to go on to Mariska Dupria. Mariska couldn't be here because she is in Australia, so it's another time zone. So she's not able to be here in person, but she did go ahead and create a video that she's sharing with us. And so let's take a look and make sure that the video is actually working. Hold on one second. Here it is. Okay. Let's take a look. Let me make sure I'm sharing it. I am. All right, here we go.
Hello, Ann.
Well, the same thing happened that happened before, so let me redo it. I don't know. Maybe these Dropbox, etc. Maybe they time out if you don't bring them up too quick enough. Okay, so we're going to bring that up. In the meantime, while I'm bringing that up, what I'd like to share with you is it's really been quite a pleasure to be here for the last 4 years and to be able to watch the team members that we have grow. It's an actual joy and pleasure to see people take responsibility for what they're doing and do it in the most professional of ways, and then to become part of a community, part of a family, where it's about giving to other people. And it's really about how can I support other people? And to me, that means so much, because in the end, we're just humans. And whatever our role is, whatever our designations are, we're still just people living a human existence. And so coming together and supporting one another really, to me, is the key. So I want to share a little bit about Mariska, because obviously I'm hosting and producing, so I've got to get this file to work. But so while I'm speaking to you, what I'll share with you is that she is someone who's been with me since the very beginning. And at the time, she was actually living in New Zealand. And so we met through a life coaching course. And the life coaching course was really kind of mind-blowing in a way, because what we learned was role plays and how to communicate with one another. And so Mariska went on to get further certified. She's got a number of designations as a coach, which leads me to talk about this. If you go on LinkedIn and you query coaches, you may come up with 6 million or more. There are so many people calling themselves coaches, but do they actually have the education and the experience to call themselves a coach? Because we can all call ourselves whatever it is that we want to call ourselves. So there is an entity, a body that does certify people. I happen to be certified, and I took a course through Goal Imagery with Mariana Lead. Well, Mariska went on to get further certifications and designations, and now she works with leaders as well as with teams and one-on-one. She has a background in engineering, and she is really what I call a transformation wizard. And she co-hosts A Woman's Prerogative with me here on this platform. And she also has her own Talking Heads episode. So I'm going to bring up her website, which is Journey to Discover. And it's journey with the number 2, discover.com. So let's take a look at her website and services that she offers. And here it is. So again, Journey to Discover. And here are the featured services. You can have an exploratory call. She has customized leadership programs. And she has some questions here to get you to really think and tap into your full potential. She has a free exploration session. And then here is the way that you can contact her. So I'm going to put this onto the screen, Journey 2, and then we're going to bring up her LinkedIn. So bear with me while I get it. And here we go. And she lists herself as an optimist and ICF PCC credentialed coach. So you can reach out to her here, and let's look at what she has shared: elevating your leadership, growing in your career, connecting with one another. And here she is. She has her own company, Professional Leadership and Development, MMM Consulting. And she's also the founder and coach at Journey to Discover, which I shared before. And she's also a leadership coach at Ilatra, which the link for that is on there as well. So please do reach out to Mariska wherever you are in the world. As I mentioned, she's in Australia, so she's a day ahead, and it's a different time zone, so she couldn't be here. So thank you very much, Mariska. Okay, so I want to conclude our show today by just thanking everyone for taking the time to be here over the last 4 years. Whether you've watched the show, you subscribed, you followed, you've connected, it really means the world to me. And I shared at the beginning of the show and several times through the show that it hasn't been an easy journey, especially being a woman in television and being a single woman, a woman who lives alone, having to deal with a lot of the things that come up in life, and especially as a business owner when I never owned a business and I was always in corporate working for someone else. But it is a journey that I cherish, that I will always be grateful for, and thankful that I got the opportunity to do this. And every day I wake up and I can't wait to see where are we going now. So as I mentioned, we have 2 YouTube channels. I'm going to bring them up here, and I would absolutely be so grateful if you would subscribe to our channels, because we have so much information here. Here's one of them. That's Dr. Jacalyn's Community. Let's view the channel. So here it is. We currently have just over 37,000 subscribers. And this channel was started 2 years after USA Global TV and Radio was started. So when USA Global TV and Radio, which is here, we have almost 108,000 subscribers. So we have earned the YouTube Silver Creator Award, and I'm very proud of that. It took a lot of work. It almost didn't happen based on copyright issues. And I've learned a lot with coaching people and how to bring world-class education. And my goal always has been and is for leaving a legacy of education to help other people. So if you're interested in subscribing to our channels, we'd love to have you. If you'd like to be a guest on any of our shows, you can come to our website, which is usaglobaltv.com. You can go across the top and you can look for Book Your Session, which is right here. You can scroll down, and we've made it very easy this year. 3 free interviews in the course of a year. So if you have not had any interviews this year, or you've had 1 or you've had 2, you can have 3 in the course of a calendar year, which is 2026. If you've already had 3, we charge $154. Now, why do we do this? Because we're mean? No, because we want as many people as possible to be able to share their story. So if you're coming back 4, 5, 6, 7 times, you're taking the place of someone else, which we're happy to have you. But we ask $154, which in terms of marketing and budget is very reasonable. The third tier is that you want to join our team of elevated listeners, which means you get a total of 10 interviews in the course of a year. So that is $449, and you would take my course, Mastering the Power of Elevated Listening, so that you would get a certificate that you can put on your LinkedIn or your website, but you become an official team member. And you can have up to 10 interviews in 2026. And then we also offer visibility upgrades to promote your videos. So if you're interested in additional search engine optimization, you're interested in editing, social media marketing, press releases, all of these things we can discuss. And if you think you have what it takes to become a host, we have an application process because we're very selective. And as I mentioned, we have a family and a community here. So you can apply here to be an elite host. And we do offer training for those people who are interested. And of course, we do require training if you don't have any training, because we have a certain level of professionalism, even though I can't speak here on our network. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you will continue to find a path towards inner peace and be part of the answer to world peace. And again, before you speak, before you text, before you write, and the same thing for me, we're all in this together, ask yourself the 3 questions. Is it kind? Is it necessary? And is it true? And if it's not, maybe rethink what you're going to say or write before you do it, because causing someone pain, causing anxiety to someone else, it doesn't feel good. And it always comes back to get us in the end. So thank you again for watching USA Global TV and Radio. We will be back tomorrow with our regularly scheduled programs. And until then, we're going to go over to our sponsors. Please do stay tuned. And again, thank you for being part of this incredible journey. We couldn't have done it without you.
Is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? In a world quick to judge, one book dares to reveal the hidden cost of silence. Discover Holy but Harmful, The Silent Sin of Judgment, How Hidden Judgments Destroy Relationships and Damage Lives by Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. The Amazon #1 bestseller that's transforming the way we understand ourselves and the way we see others. Pick up the companion workbook to uncover your own hidden judgments and learn how to break free from them. Available now on Amazon and at fine bookstores worldwide.
USA Global TV and Radio proudly presents Tracy Cram-Perkins, a dementia caregiving survivor teaching how to balance care with peace of mind. #1 resource for dementia caregivers. It's the book Dementia Home Care, How to Prepare Before, During, and After. Over 17,000 copies sold of this must-have guide. And now a testimonial from Tracy Smith.
If I was to describe this book to someone who is going through a similar situation, I would underscore how important it is to have some sort of a tool or a guidebook to help you through certain stages. And there's so many, it's such an unknown topic to the average person. And to have this as a reference is essential. It's going to help you get through it personally, as well as help your loved one manage.
To learn more, go to TracyCramPerkins.com. Tracy Cram-Perkins is an award-winning author. She's also the host of Dementia Home Care television show. Watch it here on USA Global TV and Radio.
Every woman carries a story of strength, of purpose, of light. Through her courage, the world is transformed. Through her grace, generations are inspired. This is Iconic Women. Within Every Woman Lives a Goddess, a celebration of brilliance, beauty, and empowerment. Join us every Wednesday at 11 a.m. New York, 4 p.m. London time. Only here on USA, Global TVR, and Radio. Featuring the iconic Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, honoring voices that shine across the world. Subscribe to our YouTube channels, USA Global TV and Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, to watch and engage with all our content. World-class education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration.
Thank you, viewers and listeners of USA Global TV and Radio, for joining us today. We're honoured to have your time and attention as part of our global community. At USA Global TV and Radio, we believe in the power of authentic conversations, meaningful connections, and creating a world of possibilities together. Want to be part of something bigger? Join our team of elevated listeners at usaglobaltv.com, a space where your voice matters and your ability to listen transforms relationships. Stay connected with us across all our platforms for thought-provoking discussions, expert insights, and empowering stories. Subscribe to our channels at youtube.com/c/USA Global TV. Follow us on social media and explore the endless opportunities we're creating for growth, learning and inspiration. Together, we're not just broadcasting, we're building bridges and changing lives one conversation at a time. For inquiries, contact us at info@usaglobaltv.com. Produced by Executive Producer and Director Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. Voiceover by Mike Porter. Creative direction by Paul Garcia. All rights reserved. Visit usaglobaltv.com to view our full terms and conditions.